Week on Hockey Night in Canada. Philadelphia Flyers came so close, taking the Edmonton Oilers to 7 games before bowing out in the Stanley Cup Finals last spring. So near, and yet so far. It was a major disappointment for Flyer coach Mike Keenan, who went on to find solace in a memorable Canada Cup triumph. Last May, goalie Ron Hextall's playoff heroics, good enough for the Conn Smythe Trophy, all but guaranteed a bright future for the Philadelphia Hockey Club. But something's gone wrong. Last place in the Patrick Division is not where Keenan thought he'd be at this time. During Hextall's 8-game suspension to lead off the new season, pucks whizzed by his replacements, Wendell Young and Mark LaForest, and the Flyers began their tailspin to the bottom of their division. Then when fiery goaltender Ron Hextall returned, his golden touch went missing. Witness this winning goal by Vancouver Thursday night with just 11 seconds on the clock. 3 big reasons for the Flyers' decline. Tim Kerr, 58 goals last year, out with another shoulder separation. Peter Zezel, with 33 goals last season, has only won in 11 games and is now injured. And Brian Propp, 3 goals in 14 games, is another unhappy, frustrated Flyer. So look where the Flyers languish. In last place in the Patrick Division, 7 points out of first, 6 behind the surprising New Jersey Devils, who hold on to second. But will the Flyers end their slump tonight in Montreal? A lot of fans want to know the answer to that. Stay tuned as they meet the Montreal Canadiens on Hockey Night in Canada.
CBC, Hockey Night in Canada. Brought to you by Molson. Nothing halfway about it. X says it all. By Esso retailers and agents across Canada. And by Ford of Canada, where quality is more than a commitment. Quality is job one.
Wednesday night in Chicago, Claude Lemieux races down the right wing, takes a hard shot on goal, and in swoops Bobby Smith for the rebound. And he slips it in the net for the tying goal with the Blackhawks. It ends up Montreal 4, Chicago 4. Well, it's been mostly good news for Montreal fans so far this season. Larry Robinson's skating gets stronger every day. Robinson's determined to make a comeback, and he scrimmaged with the team in Verdun yesterday afternoon. But he still won't predict when he'll return to the Montreal lineup. Peter Svoboda has really matured this season. He's never played better, and he's plus 12 after the first month of play. Chris Chelios, an early Norris Trophy candidate, is plus 8 and has been a standout in game after game. While Craig Ludwig is plus 2 and seldom gets the credit he deserves for his consistent performances. So with strong defensive work and more scoring than anybody expected, no wonder the Habs lead their division with 19 points. In fact, they lead the entire NHL in points, 2 more than the Islanders and the Oilers. Hello again, I'm Brian McFarland along with Dick Irvin and Scotty Bowman. And tonight the Canadiens reach the 1/5 mark of the regular schedule. That's 16 games as they meet the Philadelphia Flyers here at the Forum tonight. And things really couldn't be much sweeter for Montreal coach Jean Perron. His 2 big men up front, Mats Naslund and Bobby Smith, are going well. And I could mention several other stars who are flirting with NHL stardom. I'm talking now about players like Stéphane Richer, Peter Svoboda we just saw, and of course Ludwig and even Mike McPhee. But tonight, the Canadiens catch the Philadelphia Flyers in a terrible slump. They haven't won a game, would you believe, since October 17th when they beat the New York Islanders. And for more on that situation, let's go to Dick and Scotty.
The Montreal Canadiens have lost only twice in the last 11 games, but the Philadelphia Flyers seem to be getting most of the attention going into this one. Scotty, they're off to a very weak start, as Brian has pointed out, and I guess there's always a reason, or 2 or 3.
Well, Mike Keenan went over the reasons today, Dick. We start off with the absence of Tim Kerr, the suspension of Ron Hextall, the trade of Brad McCrimmon, the loss of some key players. Peter Zezel went down for a few games, and he kept going on, and then he said the suspension of Dave Brown, it was all distracting from their game plan. But he said, you know, when it's all over, I look at the end result, we still didn't score enough goals in those games. So I think when you look at the goals that Zezel provided a year ago and Tim Kerr, you're looking at well over a goal a game. and they've been short, you know, in most of the games just by that little margin.
Okay, and we get back now to Brian McFarland.
Fellas from Toronto tonight, our update game is between the first-place Leafs and the last-place Blues in a Norris Division battle. On Inside Hockey, we may find out if his recent marriage is one reason Chris Chelios is a Norris Trophy candidate. And after that, perhaps Don Cherry will defend marriage as his second favorite contact sport. Dave Poulin will then answer some tough questions about the plight of the Flyers in our second intermission. Hockey Night in Canada on CBC returns in just a moment. In the NHL as we check our NHL scoreboard tonight. Boston leading Pittsburgh 1-0. We're not sure about Mario Lemieux. We're checking on that at the moment. They're in the second period now. And Detroit and the Islanders are scoreless in the second. Detroit won a game last night. They're playing 2 games in 2 nights. Detroit over the Whalers 3-1 last night. And Quebec looking for their second win in 2 nights. They beat Washington last night. They're playing Hartford tonight, and they trail 1-0, goal by Ferrero in the first period. Washington and New Jersey, a first period score, and they're scoreless. Well, the biggest blow, and you heard Scotty Bowman refer to it, is the loss of Tim Kerr to the Philadelphia Flyers. He may miss most of this season. He's had 5 shoulder operations and came through with 58 goals for the Flyers last season. And the Flyer power play isn't great with Kerr out there, but it's just abysmal when he's not in the lineup. And with Dave Brown gone for 15 games, the Flyers' new resident enforcer is Nick Fotiu, who's already a hockey legend for his practical jokes, if nothing else. Let's go to the national anthem.
They'll see the checking line of the Maple Leafs throughout.
Oh, Canada.
Guy Piche singing the national anthem, setting the stage for the second meeting this season between the Montreal Canadiens and the Philadelphia Flyers. The man in charge in the striped shirt will be Ron Hogarth, with Wayne Bonney and Bob Hodges along with him. That's Bonney, and here comes Hodges, who was, we thought, seriously injured a couple of weeks ago in a game in Washington, but he's okay. Ron Hextall, you see his average, 3.78, a far cry from his averages last year in regular season and playoff competition. He has played 6 games since returning from his suspension, and the Flyers have won only once in those 6 games. For the Canadiens, it's Brian Hayward. He's the workhorse with Patrick Roy under suspension. What are these goaltenders doing, Scotty? This is 5th straight game since Roy started to sit out because of his slash. And we bring you this game live from the Forum in Montreal on Hockey Night in Canada.
We should add no pregame incidents in this one, Dick.
That's right. They didn't make it to the opening face-off the last time they played in this building before they had the big infamous fight. Puck's in the Canadian zone right off the bat now. And a sliding save by Guy Carbonneau, and Chris Nyland comes up with it for the Canadiens to Carbonneau at center ice. Carbonneau working to the Philadelphia line, drops it off for Bob Gainey with a drive. The rebound's there. Carbonneau's in the crease. Puck is there, and Crossman cleared it away. The Canadiens' defensive line comes up with a close call in the early going. Puck into the center ice zone. Howe tips it ahead for Prop. Here's a chance for Crossman, a drive, and he fired it high and wide. Hayward reached, but it was past him. Shot from the line. Blocked, and Chris Chelios takes over ahead to Chris Nyland, center ice area. Nyland cruising to the Philadelphia line, slips it past Mark Howe, and the Canadiens make a change. We've had a pretty good chance, Scotty, at one end and then the other.
You notice how quick Howe got up on that last rush, and Crossman took the shot in the slot area. I look for those two to move up as much as they can.
Mark Howe with the puck, passing it right side. Here's Scott Mellanby down on the right wing with a blast at high. That goes off the glass, ricocheting into the crowd, and the whistle stops the play. Mark Howe, a premier player, of course, and they're having problems, Scotty, I guess, finding somebody to play with him in front of Ron Hextall after the Brad McCrimmon deal. Here's that chance.
And this one here, Hextall lost the puck, fell backwards, but was able to smother the puck. I guess it was Chris Nyland all over Hextall, but they cleared it. And one thing Mike Keenan did mention is defense combinations hadn't been a problem the last 3 years. He's used 4 defensemen most of the time. Marshall was with Crossman and McCrimmon with Howe, but now he's trying Crossman, who had a good Canada Cup but has had a slow start with the Flyers, with Mark Howe.
Sutter and Strudlin on the face-off. Peter Svoboda takes over for the Canadians. Dahlin, the Swedish player, on the right side, working against the veteran Brad Marsh. Now it's back to Svoboda. He shoots it to the end of the rink, and Marsh, the non-helmeted player in tonight's game, takes over and dumps it out into the center ice zone. Svoboda being chased back, pops the puck up. The chance by Carson from the left side, and it was fired wide. And the Canadians bring it back. Good forechecking there by Philadelphia, knocking Svoboda off the puck. McPhee shoots it into the Philadelphia zone. Hextall, it's given away. Strudlin can't reach it. Big Samuelson tipped it behind the net, and the Flyers, Mellanby on the right side, chases it against Brian Strudlin, who turns him around, and Trader, Larry Trader, takes over for Montreal to Chris Chilios, who has been the Canadians' outstanding player so far this season. Chilios flipping it across. Trader takes it off the boards. A shot. Hextall with the grab. He juggles it a bit and then hangs on with Sergio Momesso right there. 2 minutes, 3 seconds left, or gone rather. First period. Big crowd tonight at the Forum. Well, in the last 3 years, both these coaches have been in the Stanley Cup Finals. For Jean Perron, 1 for 1. For Mike Keenan, 0 for 2.
Both coaches participated in the Canada Cup, but Dick, I don't think we're going to see the usual 6 defense on each team. We had 5 dressed for Montreal. I think it's a benchmark game for Keenan, and he's going to go with 4 defensemen as long as he can. We're not going to see much of Huffman or Fenbeck.
No doubt that Keenan's under a bit of a gun in Philadelphia right now. Bad start for the Flyers. Here is Smith trying to center the puck, and Mark Howe, who we'll see a lot of tonight, I'm sure. Off the boards, ahead it comes now from Smith to Murray Craven, and Craven was offside on the play. Scotty, the 2-2 game that these teams played in Philadelphia was a good hockey game, and this fella, Claude Lemieux, scored the tying goal in the 3rd period for Montreal.
Well, Claude has scored 2 goals this year, and I don't think that you're looking at a player that's in the range of the 30 to 40 goal. He came up with the first year he came up, he started to score with a lot of regularity, but I talked to Serge Savard the other night, and he was not concerned of the fact that Claude will be a great goal scorer, but he's got to do the things that made him get here, the disturbing factor, good on the power play, and comes to work every night.
Shot from Smith, steered away by Hayward. Far side, Howe along the board. Trader falls down on the play, and the Flyers control. Puck flipped a little too far for Sinisalo, and it's Chilios for Montreal. They double-team him. Scotty, isn't this style right here what Keenan tipped you off about, the forechecking? It paid off there. Howe over to Sinisalo, puck off his stick. Back at the line, and the Flyers are in the zone with Smith a shot, and it's high. Derek Smith shooting it. There's Lemieux, and Sinisalo far side. Coming up with the puck is Trader ahead, and Momesso picks it up at center right. He lets a long drive go, and again we see Hextall with that acrobatic glove grab, and he hangs on.
Flyers' past success has been the fact they've been a good forechecking club, haven't spent a lot of time in their own end. This year it's got away from them, and we saw a real good pressure situation by Philadelphia. Montreal broke out. A pretty good shot here, but I noticed in the warm-up, Dick, Hextall was challenging. In fact, it took about maybe over a couple of dozen players to get a puck by him, and he's a hyper goalie. He was really intense prior to this game.
Some people in the Philadelphia entourage, Scotty, feel that since returning, he's a little too hyper, trying to do a little too much.
Well, we know he'd like to score a goal. We know someday he's going to score one, maybe.
Svoboda a shot high off the glass. Murray Craven checked by Stéphane Richer back in the Canadiens lineup after a week-long injury layoff. Mats Naslund and Marsh, the long and the short of it, as they battle. Puck comes back for Svoboda, does not contain it, and he has to go back out into the center ice area. There is no score in the game. Here is Richer on the right wing. Another blast as they fire from well out the Canadiens. That one went off Marsh and deflects over the glass into the crowd. Stéphane Richer now without his mustache, injured in the game in Detroit, Scotty, a week ago last night. It's his first game since.
And Stéphane's a big man on the power play. The way he's been shooting the puck, we know that Chelios has had a good start, but Stéphane Richer is the one that they're capable of putting over that 40-goal mark. I think playing with Mats Naslund, there'll be a lot of pressure on Richer to produce, but, you know, he's off to a pretty good start playing with Naslund and young Shane Corson. They've kept that line together most of the season. Sometimes they put Smith and Lemieux with Naslund, but when Richer's healthy, this is where he's been.
Contrasting success for these teams the last couple of weeks. The Canadians, as we mentioned, losing only twice in their last 11 games, 7-2-2, their record, whereas the Flyers have managed only one win in their last 8. Mellanby ahead to Sutter. Long shot, steered into the corner by Hayward. Sutter gets to it first, tries to center it against Craig Ludwig. The puck is behind the net, and Shane Corson plays on the right side for Richer, back to Corson. Up the center ice lane, he falls down. Play goes right on, crowd reacted, referee Hogarth did not. Now it's Naslund intercepting. Puck comes free for Richer, trying to make a move against Crossman. Naslund working as well. He's knocked down. Corson, a backhand block by Howe, and they're at close quarters in the slot area, Philadelphia zone. Mellanby plays it ahead at center ice to Lindsey Carson, and he shoots it right on the Canadiens' net. And it's Richer. Quick turnover by the Canadiens on a line change by the Flyers. They had some open ice. Naslund against the boards. The rookie Huffman pins him. Prop and Corson go in. They jam in the corner to the left, Philadelphia zone. Puck comes loose for Naslund to Chelios. He winds up. He shoots. Hextall a save. The rebound bounces high. Boards far side, and Brian Prop turns it over in his own line to Dave Fenves, who is knocked to the ice by Guy Carbonneau. Carbonneau sidesteps Fenves, who tried to get him back in return. The puck's behind the net for Hextall. He grabs the hold of the Canadiens' captain, Bob Gainey. Taps him on the helmet from behind. Crowd again reacting. A little louder this time. That's Hextall, Scotty.
And this is the first shift for Fenves and Huffman. They've gone with the 2 pairs in the first 4 shifts.
Puck knocked down. That's going to be a glove to head against the Canadiens, and the call is made, and the crowd now gets a better chance to react for them against the referee. Hockey Night in Canada returns in just a moment.
Canadian.
I want to ask you, what do you think of Ron Hextall and his extracurricular activities?
Well, I think on this one here, the puck did a quick change of direction. He was able to hold Bob Gainey. The puck was pushed ahead. The referee probably not looking back, and maybe when you look at the replay, you see where the crowd got a reaction on the play by Gainey and Hextall.
Huffman, a shot deflected wide. Brian Prop plays it in the corner to Rick Tocchet. Up against Guy Carbonneau. It's back at the point. Fenves, a shot blocked by Mike Lawler in front. He cleared it away in the nick of time. As far as the Canadians were concerned, and Lawler has it again. 5:08 gone. First period, no score. Carbonneau at the line, stopped up, and Huffman held the play up enough to throw it offside at the Philadelphia Blue.
It's a new line for the Flyers. They just had out here Tocchet, Poulin. We know that they haven't played a lot together, and you see the type of matchups they're going to see Carbonneau against that line most of the time, and I think Keenan decided, I'm going to put Prop, who's my best left winger, game in, game out in the past few years, with Tocchet and Poulin, who's a steady hockey player in the middle, and I think we're going to see that most of the night. And one player who did very well here in the playoffs last year, we haven't seen a lot of him tonight thus far, is Billy Eklund.
A hat-trick in this building back on the 10th of May during the series, and here he is right now. Speaking of, Eklund on the face-off, and he loses it to Brian Skrudland. Now it's Peter Svoboda. Svoboda to Skrudland. A pass ahead, and John Kordic on for the first time, couldn't reach it. Here's a loose puck for Skrudland. Deep slot, a shot off a leg. Big Samuelson, 6'6", got in the way of it, and it deflects out of play. Jean Perron playing the 2 Westerners and the Canadians on the ice at the same time, Kordic and Skrudland. There is Nick Patillo. I said, but Marsh is the only non-helmeted player. Sorry about that. Patillo as well.
Patillo matched up against Kordic, and like you mentioned, Dick, they asked me this morning, had I seen much of Nick Patillo? I said, yes, he played his first game. The first time he got on the ice, he got a 5 and a 2, and the second time he got a minor. But with the suspension, to put the rumors to rest, Dick, they had already signed and negotiated with Nick Patillo. They were waiting for the deadline to put him in there when the Brown suspension. People thought that Bobby Clarke went after this player after Brown's suspension. That isn't true.
Puck shot by Svoboda from the line. And it's out into the center ice area. Peter Svoboda to Mike McPhee. McPhee off his stick. Here's Kordic trying to pick it up. McPhee follows up with a drive, and that's right into the chest protector of Hextall, who hangs on, and now we get a gathering of the clan. Hordick and Patillo at fairly close quarters.
If we got a chance to see that replay, Dick, Hextall was way over and gave a lot on the long side. In fact, I've never seen him out so far and to the right. The puck actually went right there, but if we watch where Hextall is in this goal, he is not, he should maybe be at least a foot over here, but he is, he has been out most of the night on the long shots. His angles are well covered, but he had given up a lot on his glove side.
Face off to the right. Philadelphia zone. Montreal out shooting the Flyers 5-3. Nobody has scored in this game so far as Bobby Smith gets set for the Canadiens on the face-off against Murray Craven, who is the leading point getter for Philadelphia. There's a shot. They score off the face-off. Bobby Smith to Claude Lemieux, 1-0 Montreal.
We made mention in the pregame warm-up, Dick, of any tall goaler will tell you that there is always going to be a little spot between the legs. And right on the face-off, Hextall tries to trap it by closing his legs and just squeezed him a bit too late. And it was a face-off goal, and when things go bad for you, you can start right on those face-offs. It looked like an innocent play. The puck was shot. It was a screen shot. Hextall just saw it at the last minute, but the opening was between his legs.
Messo gets the
Canadiens
goal.
goal is first of the year, scored by number 36, Sergio Momesso. Avec l'aide du numéro 15, assisted by number 15, Bobby Smith. À 5 minutes 49 secondes at 5 minutes 49 seconds.
Flyers with the puck at center ice. It's Craven with a shot. Svoboda deep in the zone. Momesso, his first of the year from Smith at 5:41. Centering pass. Flyers in front, can't cash in. Here's Momesso flipping it ahead, and Claude Lemieux picks it up. Lemieux unable to control it as he reached the blue line area. Here's Smith with it now. Hextall steers that into the corner. Lemieux a backhand. Sharp angle, of course, and the Flyers bring it back with Craven, the former Red Wing, dumping it down the right side, and Philadelphia makes a change. You're right, Scotty. When things go wrong, they go wrong, and it's a very innocent face-off play. Bing, bang, it's in the net. Here's Smith dropping it off. Craig Ludwig, a blast. That's off the arm of Hextall, off the glass, and they are firing, but from well out, really, a lot of these shots, but the Canadiens are letting fly. Here's Sutter moving to the line, drops it off for Samuelson. His shot goes through a leg. Sutter behind the net, poke check by Ludwig as they go in the corner. And they continue to jam. Loose puck for Chelios. Chris Chelios, subject of Brian's feature in our first intermission tonight. Samuelson rolls it to the line, and Sutter offside on the play as the puck goes off his skate. So the Canadiens, with 12:41 remaining in this opening period, lead the hockey game 1-0.
Well, actually, I think what happened is Smith screened him, but the reaction save at the last moment, he knew the puck was coming. He didn't know where it was coming.
Nyland against Howe, far side. Mark Howe over to Crossman. Well, Scotty, you're mentioning about the defense pair-ups. You hear a lot about lines and matching lines and forwards and wingers, but not too much talk about defensive pairings, but it's very important.
Well, you look at the plus and minus of players that have played with good partners, and you see how high they are, and you wonder sometimes, are they that good? But I think the familiarity of two defensemen means a lot, how they play with each other.
Flyers tried to roll it in front. Didn't reach Dave Poulin. Puck's in the center ice area, back inside the line for Crossman. 1-0, the Canadiens lead. Teams have played 8 minutes. First period. Puck shot in. Montreal zone. Chelios with it. Chelios to Gainey, left side. Bob Gainey, center ice pass for Guy Carbonneau. Carbonneau trying to work against Huffman. Does. Carbonneau in front, and Nyland couldn't reach it with Hextall falling on the play. Flyers. Here comes Huffman, the rookie. And the Guelph juniors stopped up. Chris Nyland, left side. Tries to roll it through. Huffman caught up after Fenves made the first defensive play for Philadelphia. And it's batted out into the center ice area. Mike Lawler plays it back for Peter Svoboda. And the Canadiens bring it back to Svoboda, shooting it in. Fenves fell down. Look at Hextall out of the net. Likes to do that. Takes out Corson at the same time.
They complained that he was doing too much, Dick, but that was quite a play there, just going after that loose puck. He's so quick.
Hayward sweeps the puck around on the glass. Boy, what a change in the art of goaltending, Scotty, and from what it used to be. I bet you fellas like Frank Grimsek, Bill Dern, and Turk Broder, they'd never go in the corner of the ring. Played their whole careers and never went in the corner of the ring. This guy's there all the time. Here he is again, taking a look, making a pass, and it's up into the center ice area. Craven couldn't hang on to it. Lawler to Richer. Richer swinging away from Derek Smith. Left side pass from Mats Naslund, the Canadians' leading point getter. Flipping it down into the Philadelphia zone. Carson bumped out of the play. And it's Naslund against Samuelson. 5'7" and 6'6". Now it's Lawler at center ice, and he flips it back into the Philadelphia zone. And at the late offside called against the Canadians, who lead 1-0 live on CBC. Owen and Brian McFarland, the Canadians and the Flyers, last year's Wales Conference finalists, meeting for the second time this season.
They're in their 15th game, Dick, and they haven't scored the first goal only in 4 of the previous 15 games. So that's a different style for the Flyers. They like to get ahead and then run you to death in your own end.
They're a good team when they are ahead. They've always played that good, intense style. They're battling along the boards here. Puck comes out of the scrum. Larry Trader against Sutter. Now a turnaround shot by Mellenby, blocked in front by Chelios. Far side for Brad Marsh. Carson over there, and we get a lot of scuffling along the boards on this shift. Finally, the Canadians get some open ice in the center ice area, and Momesso plays it into the Philadelphia zone. There's Hextall again. He's handling the puck more than some of his defensemen. Smith checks it free along the boards to Lemieux, who's double teamed, and Momesso digs it free from in behind to Bobby Smith. Meant it for Trader, I think, but Lemieux tried to pick it up, and here comes Scott Mellenby. And he's taken out by Chris Chelios, 2 former University of Wisconsin Badgers. Bobby Smith now to the line. Smith swings over the left side, poke check by Tocchet. Smith takes over. Dahlin was trapped on the play, delayed signal, and then wiped out on the offside. Here's a loose puck in the zone for Skrudland. Skrudland into Dahlin. Dahlin taking a look. Stick handling around into the circle. Dahlin with it, making moves. That's a shot goal. Brad Marsh played it very well defensively for Philadelphia and dumps the puck down inside the Canadians' line. Canadians, I don't think, have been credited with a shot on goal since the goal went in. Puck rolls in the Canadian zone. Skrudland is there. Tocchet, and falling on top of the puck is Svoboda. Now we get the first instance tonight of some unpleasantness. And we get a gathering of the clan deep in Montreal territory. And Hogarth warning Svoboda.
Coach Mike Keenan has gone to this 5-man rotation system with Howe and Crossman most of the time. In the first period, they've been out along with Tocchet and Prop. They've got Eklund in here right now, and you know that Tocchet has got to get back to his aggressive self. He came through with 11 goals last year in the playoffs, and then continued on to make the Canada Cup team, and one of the role players that scored the big goal in the last game against the Soviets. So, you know, a player that was drafted in a later round and just kept getting better and better. A role player that's developed into one of their best.
Skrudland and Craven on the face-off to the left of Brian Hayward in the Canadian zone. Last year, the Flyers played here once during the regular season. The game ended in a 3-3 tie. McMellenby scoring late in the 3rd period back on the 14th of March. Here's Derek Smith, a shot in front. That deflected just wide. We get a penalty call here on Svoboda. First penalty of the hockey game. Svoboda knocking down Senesalo. Some disagreement after the call, but the call has been made. And all things being equal here, the first power play opportunity of the evening will go the way of the visiting Philadelphia Flyers. Jean Perron doesn't like it. Don't see him there too much, standing on the bench from the Forum in Montreal. This is Hockey Night in Canada.
Escort. Best-selling car in the world.
Penalized player, Peter Svoboda, the Canadians' defenseman, holding the call in 11-17 as we look at it again. And at the lower right-hand corner of your screen, you see the reason why.
They made the play at the net, and the puck came across and went in front of the net, but the incident happened just beside the corner. And Mike Keenan mentioned the fact that they've had to restructure their entire power play because, in his opinion, Tim Kerr was undefensible. He would take up a spot about 10 feet in front of the goal. The other defenseman knew he was going to get the puck, and they couldn't do anything about it. So they've had to change it completely around. They've had to work shots from the point. They've had to work rebound plays. And this team last year finished 16 out of 21 on the power play, yet Tim Kerr still scored 38% of their goals. He did score 34 power play goals, so they've had to restructure their entire power play, and he'll be out most of this season.
So they're on the power play right here with Howe at the blue line. Philadelphia man advantage and a deflection in front. They couldn't cash in that time. Puck along the boards as Gainey took a run, and Crossman knocks it down, but it's outside the Montreal line. Carbonneau with a steal. Guy Carbonneau shooting it. Howe lost his stick as he defended for Philadelphia, and the Flyers bring it back. Tocchet reaching for the puck at center ice. Moving on the right side. Puck cleared behind the net. Howe now just getting to the blue line after retrieving his stick, and it's cleared down by Chelios. Scotty, they went 0 for 44 on the power play until the other night. My goodness, Tim Kerr that good?
Well, Dick, you know, if he wasn't there last year with his 38%, they thought he would have finished way behind everybody.
Craven moving in. Here's a chance for Sinisalo. Puck rolls to the side of the net. Ludwig had trouble with it. Second try gets it out for Montreal.
It's a good example on that prior play with heads-up play by Carbonneau. Couldn't shoot it down, so decided he knew where Chelios was, slipped it back to him, and Chelios iced the puck.
55 seconds left in the Svoboda penalty. Crossman into the Canadian zone. In front, and they score! Krop, right at the goal crease, tips it along the ice, and we've got a tie game. It's 1-1. Well, it paid off that time, Scotty. Power play worked.
Krop was in a group of 5 players that had scored 30 goals up to this time last year. Went to the front of the net. Krop got his stick on the puck, and Chelios couldn't get over in time to get Krop. Here we are, right? You go to the net, the puck goes there, you put your stick out. We know what that's done for some left wingers in this league, like Michel Goulet. He's in that spot most of the time, but Krop is in a group of players along with Kerr, the one we mentioned, Zezel, ones that last year just led this club. They already, I think it was a group of 5 of them we looked before the game, that they've only scored collectively 6 goals among themselves. So Krop, there was, you know, Chelios couldn't get back, and Prop went right to that net, but I think Prop got his stick on it.
Well, Prop gets the goal, his 4th of the year from Crossman at 12:26. Craven also in on the play.
Well, they can forget about that 0 for 44. They got to start a new streak. They got a 1 power play goal in the last loss at home to Vancouver.
Sutter holding Naslund up, so the crowd thinks. Richer moving in. Behind the net, a wraparound pass goes through the crease. Lawler a shot, blocked. Mellenby came out, and the puck's back out into the neutral zone. Now it's Samuelson. The big guy with Naslund chasing him, the 2 Swedes. The tallest and one of the shortest players in the league. Samuelson is tied for the rank as tallest player. Huey Cook from Buffalo, 6'6". Here comes Corson into the zone. Corson plays it back to Svoboda, but the puck is tipped away, I think, by Richer. Oh, man. And now we got a penalty call here behind the play. Naslund and Samuelson, we mentioned them. And Samuelson gets caught on the play, and he's been penalized for interference. So the Canadians will go on the power play with the game tied 1-1. Hockey Night in Canada. Shelled Samuelson off for interference at 13:08. As he got tangled up illegally with his countryman, the Canadians' little guy, Mats Naslund. Top left of your screen, just at the very top there. Naslund goes down, so Montreal on the power play right here.
Samuelson took the chance that Hogarth wasn't watching it. The puck had turned around and went up ice pretty quickly.
Chelios into the zone deep. Crossman pins him. Dave Poulin killing the penalty up front along with Prop. Prop bumps Naslund, the 2 number 26ers. Puck along the boards at close quarters here. Naslund works it out over right side for Richer with a blast. Good stop by Hextall. Boy, did he move quickly that time. Here's a race for the puck. Dave Poulin picks it up into the Canadian zone. Richer checks it away from him. Smith behind the net pass to Naslund, and the Canadians regroup in their own zone as the Flyers make a change up front. Naslund on the right side working against Howe. Following up is Smith. Behind the net for Bobby Smith. Taking a look, gets it back to Richer. To Smith on the left wing board. Smith turning. Back to Richer. Again, it's Bobby Smith into Naslund. Naslund taking a look, goes behind the net. Smith picks up the puck, leaves it there for Naslund. Montreal with control, but no shots right here. Chelios into Naslund. Naslund back to Chelios. Over to Richer. Richer shoots this one, and it was at a severe angle, and it goes wide. Chelios. Over to Richer. Another blast. The rebound's there. They score! Well, I think this time Lemieux got it. This had him get one before, and it wasn't him. He parked in front of the net, Scotty. That's one of his jobs in this team.
And Richer shot a puck from the angle. They wanted to get some shots down the middle, but this is where Claude Lemieux did his work to get here, standing in front. He didn't tip it in. He got the rebound and backhanded in. Richer shot the puck on the angle. They were looking to get a better shot on a better angle, but untouched was Claude Lemieux in front. Crossman and Howe couldn't get him out of there.
Canadians' goal is third of the year, scored by number 32, Claude Lemieux.
Hextall had made a previous good save off of Chelios prior to this, the only other shot they had, but this is the goal. Watch the backhander, just slips under Hextall, who was down after the first shot.
14 minutes 26 seconds at 14 minutes 26 seconds.
Richer and Chelios assisting Lemieux, so penalties have been costly. 2 have been called by Hogarth. The Canadians were scored upon by the Flyers on their power play chance, and then Montreal came back and went ahead 2-1 on that goal, with Philadelphia playing a man short. Corson, center ice zone, flipping it in. Dahlin after it. Hextall out of the net, sweeps it around on the corner. Svoboda catches up with it. Now it's loose for Momesso. Momesso, a flip shot into the crease, and Hextall is down. Now we get Corson in front of the net with Dave Fenves, who was knocked astride on the play. 2-1 Canadians, 4:50 left, first period.
To move in on the Blues defense. Now here's where Gary Lehman ties the Blues up in knots, including former Canadian Gaston Gingras, drives one to the upper corner, 1-0 Leafs.
All right, the Leafs have won 5 in a row, bidding to make it 6, and we've had penalties called here right at the face-off. They dropped the puck, and about a second later, we had Poulin and Carbonneau tangle up, and the whistle went immediately, so there they are in the penalty box. Scotty, just talking about Hextall, of course, he was involved in the slashing incident in the playoffs last year with Kent Nilsson. One of the more interesting stories around hockey earlier this year. Nilsson's playing in Italy, signed a contract worth about 100,000 base, and he's supposed to get a $1,000 bonus for every goal he scored. I don't know what the latest stat is, but in his first 2 games he played in the Italian league, he scored 16 goals.
He's going to be a hockey millionaire.
Another one. So Carbonneau and Poulin off together for high sticking. Here's a steal by Skrudlin. He tried to center it, picked off by Murray Craven. 4.5 minutes remaining in the opening period here at the Montreal Forum, and the Canadians have a 2-1 lead over the Flyers. Deep in the zone, Skrudlin with the puck, and then he hands it right out to Craven. A shot and a turnaround blocked by Ludwig. Here's Propp trying to send it through the crease. Didn't find anybody from the Flyers, and the Canadians having trouble. Good forechecking here by Philadelphia. Gainey trying his luck again, gets it back in front of his own net to Chelios, clips it ahead for Skrudlin. At the center ice red line, he rolls it inside the zone. Skrudlin taking over at center here for the penalized Guy Carbonneau between Gainey and Nyland. Now it is Mark Howe, son of the great one. Crossman flipping it ahead off the stick of Tocchet. And Svoboda goes deep into his zone for the Canadians. Tocchet takes a run at him. The puck is there for Lawler. And now here is Svoboda. Svoboda checked from behind, and Philadelphia doing a good job. They're energetic forechecking right here, which is more of the Flyers style we've been accustomed to over the last few years, Scotty. For
Especially
many years.
a Ron Sutter type of player has to get in there early and make things happen.
Trying to make it happen now, pokes the puck loose on the play. And it's finally Montreal's Svoboda getting it to Gainey, and the Canadians clear the zone, but not after some excellent forechecking by the Flyers. Mellamy took a pretty good run at Svoboda. Center ice area. Richer sweeps the puck away to Svoboda, dumps it out to center ice. Brad Marsh with it, and Marsh shoots it in. Sutter trapped on the play, deep in the zone, and the offside call is made against Philadelphia with 3 minutes and 6 seconds. And look out, we got some fighting going on here behind the net. Oh, this is a bit of a hassle here. Look at little Neslin. On the far side, this one right here seems to be the main event. Samuelson's lost his helmet. Lawler over there.
Looks like
They've got 4 of them. 2 players.
I think it's Mellenby. Mellenby, that was the initial incident. Mellenby cross-checked Lawler. I thought first it was Svoboda, but it was Lawler. Things had quietened down and the whistle had blown and looked like a line change, and just behind the net this incident started.
So young Scott Mellenby in his second season with the Flyers. He's one of the players gone to the dressing room. There's only 3:06 left in the period. And now here we have it after the fact. Mellenby behind the net. No, it was Svoboda. Yep. That was what started the whole thing, and Lawler comes to the rescue. One-man rescue squad. How did they ever get out of that mess to be by themselves? I don't know, but they did. Here it is, another look at it on the Mellenby play on Svoboda.
The linesmen came in and they had about 3 potential fights going here, and they snuck off on this side, Lawler and Mellenby.
Think about Mike Lawler, the kid out of the Buffalo Fort Erie area. He doesn't get in many fights, but when he does, he seems to have a lot of strength. He usually ends up on top when it's all over.
And this is sometimes when you wonder, Dick, what type of game it's going to be. And Jean Perron has gone with 5 defensemen tonight. When you're in any penalty situations, you have to be careful. Any majors.
Mike Lawler, 5 minutes pour s'être battu. À 16 minutes, 54
Mellenby picks up an extra 2 in all of that.
The penalty is to the Flyers, number 19, Scott Mellenby. Double minor for roughing and 5 minutes for fighting. To the Canadians, number 27, Shane Corson, 2 minutes for roughing. Number 38, Mike Lawler, 5 minutes for fighting. At 16 minutes, 54 seconds.
So when all of that is over and the calculations are made, the Flyers will play shorthanded for 2 minutes because of the extra minor assessed Mellenby.
This is where you have to be careful with 5 defensemen. Now Montreal's down to 4 defensemen for sure for the next 5 minutes with the absence of Lawler and any other further penalties to defensemen, although they'll have a power play for the first couple of minutes if they don't score with Richer on the point and Chelios.
Craven up front with Prop killing this penalty for Philadelphia. Howe and Crossman, the workhorses on defense, it seems, here tonight. Chelios to Naslund. Naslund, center ice area. His pass intended for Lemieux, it seemed to be heading that way. Hit Bobby Smith, and the Flyers' Crossman cruises with it. A pass up into the center ice area. Prop picks it up. Rolls it to the side of the net, and Richer takes over for Montreal.
Flyers without a shorthanded goal thus far this year. Very unusual for this team not to have a shorthanded goal. So they've got a lot of improvement in a lot of areas.
Richer to Naslund. Back to Richer to Naslund, and that went out over the line, and the offside call is made. Craven and Hayward got trapped with one another. Hayward was really upset and was hollering at referee Hogarth, who hollered right back at him, and then the play went right on. Here it is here now. Watch in front of the Montreal net. Number 32, Craven. Pushed by Hayward. He gets back at him.
Made contact with Hayward, and not much really happened. Not enough to cause any call by the referee. But
all right, we have another update for you, and here's Brian.
Well, the St. Louis Blues fall behind by 2 at Maple Leaf Gardens in Toronto. Some slick passing here. Courtnall finishes off the play. His 10th goal of the year at 17:28. 2-0 Leafs over the Blues.
Those of us who follow the Canadians, Scotty, last saw the Toronto Maple Leafs. They were being beaten 10-3 by Montreal. They'll be in here on Monday night, and if that trend continues this evening, they'll have a winning streak of 6 going for them.
5 straight wins, Dick, with a great line of Courtnall, Clark, and Olczyk.
Puck in the Philadelphia zone. Montreal's on the power play. Hextall clears it far side. Sutter picks it up and shoots it down the ice.
Montreal will try to set up. I thought in the first power play, although they scored, Flyers did a good job of keeping Chelios and Richer on the angle, although Richer did shoot the puck from the angle. They want to get it more towards the middle of the rink to shoot.
Smith working into the zone with Naslund. Naslund to Smith, back to Chelios. He moves over. Now to Richer, who's at the angle with a drive, and that deflects up into the crowd. And it hit a Flyer player or a Canadiens player, but in any event, it didn't get to the net, and it went up over the glass.
Naslund's got great numbers against the Flyers team in a career of 15 games thus far. 8 goals and 9 assists. Better than a goal every 2 games pace.
Will Chris Chelios be this year's winner of the Norris Trophy and lead Montreal to another Stanley Cup? More on the NHL's top-scoring defenseman on Inside Hockey in our first intermission.
Sutter and Smith. Outer rim of the circle. 41 seconds left in the Flyer penalty. 2-1, Montreal leads. A minute 47 remaining, first period. Smith ordered out of the face-off area. Richer takes over. They jockey for position. Bonnie taking his time, and the Flyers control. And they shoot it down the ice. Brad Marsh right on Hayward on the deflection. Now off the boards, it's Naslund. Back to Chelios. Puck deflects at center. Does Smith reach it? No. Samuelson does. Now it's knocked down by Richer. He moves into the zone. Pass to Christian Island. Off his stick. Craven doing the checking for the Flyers. Montreal without a decent shot on goal, Scotty, in this power play. They've only got 16 seconds to go. Here comes Smith. In the deep slot area. Smith taking a look with a shot. Kicked away by Hextall easily, and the puck deflects to the line. Richer did a good job to keep it in against Craven. 5 seconds left. Nyland kicks the puck to Bobby Smith. Smith behind the net. Nyland had it hop over his stick, and the penalty time is over. The Flyers return to full strength. Smith in the corner. Flyers jam, and we're into the final minute of play here in the opening period with Montreal ahead by 1. Dobbin to Samuelson, and behind the play we've got penalties called. It is Sutter, and is it Naslund? Do they both go? Looks like it. Sutter, he's upset, and he comes right to the bench, and from the bench door right into the dressing room. Naslund still leaning up against the boards.
He's wondering what happened.
I guess what happened, Matt, is you got a penalty, or have you? Well, the Canadiens' door's open. Yeah, he just climbs over the bench, and he walks to his dressing room. Sutter ran to his. 54 seconds remaining in the period.
They used to make the players sit in the penalty boxes for all the time that they serve, but now, I guess with the end of the period, they don't want players coming out of the penalty box and staring at each other. It's extra work for the linesmen, so they send them to the dressing rooms because nothing can happen in the next 54 seconds. They're out of this period.
Penalties to the Flyers, number 14, Ron Sutter. To the Canadiens, number 26, Mats Naslund. 2 minutes each for highest sticking at 19 minutes, 6 seconds.
Second minor penalty of the season for Naslund. Puck in the Canadian zone. Carbonneau flips it to the line. Crossman keeps it in with a shot in front. Almost caught through on the Canadiens. Poulin one-hands it into the corner. Poulin a drive. Good chance there for Philadelphia. On the Poulin shot off the Tocchet pass. Propp with it. Propp along the boards. 22 seconds left in the period. Is number 22 for the Flyers. Chases Svobody. He's got the puck now, centers it, and we're seeing another sequence here of some good heavy checking by Philadelphia Canadian zone.
That was only the 5th shot for the Flyers, but sometimes what happens, you're not really conscious of it, but you're not shooting the puck. You're pressing to score goals, and the Flyers know they need to score more goals, but they haven't shot the puck yet.
So the first period comes to an end, and the Montreal Canadiens have the lead. Pete Carbonneau had the stick knocked out of his hand there a minute ago, and everybody yelled, but no damage was done. And so the score at the end of the first period, the Montreal Canadiens 2, the Philadelphia Flyers 1.
Chris, this marriage to Tracy seems to have brought out the best in you.
Yeah, things are going really well. I mean, I've got off to a quick start and spent a lot of time at home relaxing. It's a lot easier to relax when you're married and you have someone to share a lot of time with, and I guess that's got a lot to do with it, too.
Tracy, how did you two meet?
We met at a frat party when we were both going to college.
At the University of Wisconsin?
At the University of Wisconsin, and he invited me to go to a game.
Did you know much about hockey then?
No, I didn't know anything. I'd never seen a game.
Lemieux gets it back to Chelios. He scores! Chris Chelios will score from an angle to the right of goaltender Mark Laforce.
We know that whenever Chelios got the puck, it seems like right now he's making things happen. He's making real good passes, and I think he's shooting the puck better than he ever has. I think one of the biggest things that everybody talks about is he's finally hitting the net more often.
I know that if I leave a rebound sitting out in front of the goal, that he can react quicker than most people, and he also has the ability to skate the puck out of the zone. So when the club's struggling a bit and we're having trouble breaking out of our own zone, we give it to Chelly and let him skate with it.
You seem to be tougher on the ice than other Norris Trophy winners, people like Ray Bourque and Paul Coffey.
Well, compared to those two, I guess I'd be more aggressive. I never really had been the type of defenseman to get a lot of points or outscore anybody, and I've been, like I said, consider myself a role player. If the game's tough, a tough game, I won't go out and try and score. Sometimes I'll try and intimidate other players, the quality players in our divisions, like guys like Goulet or even Ray Bourque.
As Mike McKee goes after the puck as a man in front, Carbonneau, backhand shot, blocked, they score! Chelios.
Oh, Chris gives us that extra dimension that I think all good teams need, and that's to be an offensive threat. And right now, he's got a lot of confidence. His shot's going well, and it's making us more potent on the power play.
I think with the ice time, I've shown the players and the coach, and I guess myself, that I've been successful on the ice. I've been getting a lot of points, and that had a lot to do with the ice time. But I think I'm a leader on the ice now. The players rely on me to do well, and the team relies on me to do well.
And who's the leader in the marriage?
We're both leaders. We're both good leaders.
Is there any thrill, Chris, like a Stanley Cup thrill?
Well, in my lifetime, there still hasn't been one. Besides the wedding, it was a big thrill at the wedding, having all those people there just to see us too. But for myself, I mean, the wedding was a big change in my life, and the way things are going now, it looks like it's going to be nice. But the Stanley Cup has to be the biggest thrill. I mean, I'm not going to lie. I say that's the most exciting thing would be to play with Larry Robinson and Guy Lafleur up to that point, and great players with Tremblay and Mondeau. But winning the Cup, I don't think I'll ever be able to cap that one. Even to win another one, I think the first one's always going to stick in my mind more than anything.
Mission continues after this message. At the outset, things look a little bleak for the Montreal Canadiens. Claude Lemieux was injured in the Canada Cup, and of course they'd lost Larry Robinson with an injury in the off-season. Yet the Canadiens have the best record in the NHL, and I think Chris Chelios is probably a big reason why.
Got the nice pins, got the soft hands, and a good head. A little flaky once in a while, but should win the Bobby Orr Trophy.
Apparently, he and Jean Perron had a shouting match in Chicago the other night after he had the giveaway on the fourth goal that created the tie. But let's talk about Jean Perron. He was involved in an incident this week that I think is really interesting. He went after the French-Canadian juniors, saying that those who've come through the Quebec Major Junior League aren't ready for the NHL because they're pampered.
Oh,
do you
yeah.
believe he said it to begin with?
Absolutely. He said it. Got a lot of guts to say it. Everybody knows it's true. They're treated like tin gods down there. Play 65 minutes a game, do anything you want, and all of a sudden they come to the National Hockey League. They expect them to be disciplined. I only point to the two French guys they've got down there, Lemieux and Richer. Lemieux had to go down to the American Hockey League to teach him some lessons, and Richer is just starting to come around now. It's the same thing as American colleges, same thing down there. They just boom boss stuff and all that stuff, and they come, they have a tough time. But give me the old Prairie guys, junior hockey, and the OHA guys. They're the grinders. Brendan Shanahan, Wendell Clark, Kirk Muller. That's the guys you win with.
Those who follow this league would say maybe they're not ready right away, but those who come from Quebec are worth waiting for because names like Beliveau, Perreault, Dion come to mind, and 3 of the top 6 scorers in the NHL right now are out of that system.
Well, it takes a while. Nice setup. That was pretty good, though, Ron.
Okay, Claude Lemieux. He took the hot water bottle that belonged to Mike Vernon the other night. What's he trying to do, and do you think?
Well, I don't know. If Vernon can drink out of it, why can't anybody? I like Sather said, let's have some cheese and crackers. By the way, before we get going, my grandfather, Vimy Ridge, that's why I'm wearing this. And Lemieux, he's a flaky guy. Like I said, he's like Chelios, but he puts the puck in the net, and that's all you need.
Did you ever have anybody in Boston, when you were coaching that team, do things like that? Did you have an agitator, somebody that would go out of his way to try and get the opposition?
We had an agitator you couldn't believe. We had Stan Jonathan. One time we were having a warm-up, we were shooting pucks, and we lost all our pucks. He went down the other end, pushed their goalie out of the way, and got theirs pucks. That's the kind of guys you win with, too.
Don Cherry loves those guys that are good at taking the puck out of the net and wished he had a few more that would put the puck in the net when he played against Montreal. Hockey Night in Canada returns in just a moment.
2-1. The lead goal right now was scored by Claude Lemieux and a pass from Stéphane Richer in the rebound. If Don Cherry wants to make note of the goals and assists on that one. Scotty, a strange kind of a period. There was no real flow to it, and you didn't see anything extra special in the way of nice passing, good open ice plays.
Well, I think Philadelphia, they've tried to establish their forechecking game. I thought they did a reasonably better job than they have in the past few games. They haven't had the shots against Hayward that they need to put the puck in the net. From Montreal's standpoint, they scored a power play goal. They scored a face-off goal. Claude Lemieux is back to where he should be in front of the net, got the rebound. Stéphane Richer got the assist on the goal. But I think, generally speaking, we're going to have a little more heated action. I think they've kind of felt each other out there. I don't think that we're going to see that quiet a game. We had one skirmish with Mellanby and Lawler.
You know, one of your favorite words has always been intensity, and the Flyers have always typified that perfectly. Not quite the same from Philadelphia as we've known in the past.
No, and they're pressing. You can see it in their eyes, and, you know, they're going to have to go with Howe and Crossman and Samuelson and Marsh on defense most of the night. And Keenan's point to this game, he's wanting some game to hang his hat on because they've lost so many games lately. He said, we have to beat a good team that's going well, and Montreal are going well right now.
Well, the teams are coming back onto the ice. The Canadians have the lead 2-1. Second period about to begin live on CBC. This is Hockey Night in Canada.
good team that's going well, and Montreal are going well right now.
Well, the teams are coming back onto the ice. The Canadians have the lead 2-1. Second period about to begin live on CBC. This is Hockey Night in Canada.
Canadian. Chase it, I stop you. Cold.
In Montreal's drug underworld, Eddie makes the deals, and nobody crosses Eddie. Not the mob, not the bikers, not even the cops. And then you die tomorrow.
Philadelphia won. Sergio Amesso and Claude Lemieux scoring for the Canadians. Brian Prop for Philadelphia. The Prop and Lemieux goals came on power plays. But the teams are at, there's people in the penalty box, but they're at full strength to start this second period. This is the 9th home game for the Canadians this season. It has drawn the largest crowd so far, 17,937 in attendance here at the Forum, as Chelios has the puck behind his own net. Ahead for Ludwig, and he dumps it out into the center ice zone. Mark Howe looking for the bouncing puck, finds it, gets it over to Crossman. Then the Flyers, Prop knocked down at center ice by Nyland. Loose puck again for Prop, left side for Rick Tocchet. Tocchet stick handles it over to Dave Poulin, who is covered by Craig Ludwig. Quick, sharp angle shot. Hayward covers on the short side. Do we get a whistle? Yes, we finally do. And a bit of a skirmish behind the net. Prop and Chelios, no damage done. Another update, and here's Brian.
Well, after Alan Bester made some big saves for the Leafs in the first period, the Blues, two old veterans, Sutter and Federico, team up and find a way to beat him early in the second. There's a shot. Federico's right there to tip it in. It's 2-1, the Leafs in front of the Blues in the second.
Well, speaking of the St. Louis Blues, Mr. Bowman, do you know where you were 19 years ago tonight?
I have no idea. Probably in a hockey rink.
Right, at the Philadelphia Spectrum. You know why I asked you that?
Probably Red Berenson.
That's right. 6 goals in one game for Red Berenson, and it happened 19 years ago tonight.
I thought he could have had 8, Dick.
Well, here's Mike McPhee. He'd like to get one right here with Shell Darlene. McPhee fakes, moves into Darlene, scores! Oh, what a play by McPhee and Darlene, 3-1 Montreal.
You won't see a better pass right through the fake on the original slap shot, coming right in there. And when you see a goal like that, you wonder sometimes what role players can do when they get the opportunity. And boy, what a play by Mike McPhee.
Canadians' goal is 5th of the year, scored by number 20, Shell Darlene.
And Keenan had his 2 defensemen, Mendes out there with Huffman. He knows he doesn't want to play them against Naslin's line. He's not going to play them against Carbonell's line, so he took a chance and played them against Scrudlin's line.
57 seconds at 57 seconds.
What a shot by Sinisalo went off the arm of Hayward and didn't miss by much. Now we got a penalty call here on the Canadians, Peter Svoboda. So the Flyers will go on the power play from the Forum in Montreal, Hockey Night in Canada. Svoboda's second trip to the penalty box. Tripping is the call. 1:14 the time. And the Flyers, who trail by 2, would like to close the gap with another power play goal, as we see the reason why Svoboda was sent off. And hang on here, we get a glove-to-head call. Just to get back to that Red Berenson thought for a minute, that must have been quite a night. November 7th, 1968.
I can add the next game, we came into Montreal and lost 5-0.
How come you remembered that when you couldn't remember Red?
Well, you told me the day, and you told me he was in the Spectrum. I pretty well knew that. I think the goalie was Doug Favell.
That's right. Here's Crossman at the line across to Howe. Flyers on the power play. Shot wide off the backboards. Craven picks it up side of the net. To Rick Tocchet, left side. Tocchet at the outer rim of the circle. Looking, good pass across, and then off the stick of Crossman. Behind the net. Puck fan on the way out. Craven. Flyers control. Crossman. To Sinisalo, right side. They play tic-tac-toe, but the Canadians are keeping them outside so far. Now it's Crossman at the line, decides to shoot, hits Ludwig. Rebound off Ludwig. Shot by Tocchet, saved by Hayward. He sprawls on it and he hangs on.
They've been trying to set up either Crossman or Howe a much similar formation than the Canadians have. And Howe was on this side. Crossman decided to take his time. And Carbonneau, who blocked shots better than most penalty killers, he had a pretty good shot here, Crossman, and Hayward saw all of it after, I think he got a piece of it.
Hayward had to go off his chest, covered up in the rebound.
But two Canadians, both Chelios and Ludwig, are way ahead of the Flyers. I think it was Sinisalo just poking away at the rebound.
McPhee and Strudlin take over up front from Carbonneau and Gainey. The Flyers' power play setup remains the same. 3-1 Montreal, a minute 15 left in the penalty to Svoboda. And the Flyers control off the faceoff. It's Crossman to Sinisalo. Sinisalo waiting into the circle behind the net for Craven. Murray Craven stick handles into the corner. Back to Sinisalo, works it out in front. Here's Crossman, a shot, and that goes off McPhee.
You know you're playing well when your penalty killers are blocking those shots from the point.
Howe behind his own net, slowly up the center ice lane. He's playing with damaged ribs. Puck shot from the center ice area, off the corner. Hayward shoots it back into the corner. There's a traffic jam there, and the puck comes free behind the net. Sinisalo to Craven, checked by Ludwig. McPhee over, McPhee off the glass, by Crossman, the puck down the ice. 30 seconds left in the penalty. Now it's Crossman, ahead for Propp. Flyers have made changes. Here's Dobbin, second time on the ice, working his way into the zone. Brian Dobbin in the corner. Puck comes free for Chelios, and he flips it in the corner to the left. Crossman keeps it in. Chelios is there, being checked by Propp on the play. Ryan Propp with the Philadelphia goal in this game. Now it's Dobbin. Plays it back for Howe, and it gets by him at the blue line. And that'll do it as far as the Flyers' power play is concerned. They had one shot on goal. That chance that went off the chest protector of Hayward. Kelly Eklund moving around Smith, hustling his way into the Canadian zone. Drops it off for Crossman. A shot. Hayward knocks it away. Claude Lemieux picks it up. Lemieux on the right side to Bobby Smith at center ice. Back to Lemieux. He chases the puck into the Flyers zone. Hextall wraps it up against the boards, and Crossman takes over for Philadelphia. Ahead, over the stick of Dobbin, but Eklund has it. Eklund into the Montreal zone. A backhand pass blocked by Lemieux. Flyers keep it in the zone. Propp in the corner, and he was tied up and turned around by Larry Trader, and it's Bobby Smith to Sergio Momesso, who scored his first goal of the season earlier tonight. To the blue line, Momesso trying to send it over to Smith. Puck deflects, it bounces wide of the net. Samuelson and Momesso up against the boards. Marsh, Smith, there's four big guys down there. And where's the puck? It comes loose, and it's picked up by Lemieux with a shot wide. Svoboda can't reach it, and it's off the corner and back into the Canadian zone. Svoboda shooting it off the board. Momesso slashes at it. Samuelson knocks it down at center ice. Montreal 3, Philadelphia 1. 4 minutes and 20 seconds played here in the second period. Svoboda tied up by Lindsey Carson and wrestled to the ground. There the ice. Now they still jam. Corson comes in on the play. It comes loose for Naslin. Naslin loses his stick as he's checked from behind by Sutter. Marsh with it at the line. Marsh left side for Dave Poulin. Sutter after it into the Montreal zone. Svoboda and Sutter, who falls. Puck behind the net. There we have our long and the short of it again. Naslin and Samuelson. Corson trying to catch up to the puck. Can't quite. Richer at center right. He knocks Carson down. Richer after it into the corner. Samuelson after him. Samuelson scrubs him against the glass, and the Flyers bring it out left side as Poulin quickly moves to the Canadiens line with a shot off the stick of Chelios, and it's all the way back out to center ice. That took a Montreal bounce. Corson and Naslin couldn't quite click at the Philadelphia line, and look at Hextall out of the net again. Pass on the far side, open wing. Corson against Sutter. Naslin from the side of the net. Corson's in front. Crossman blocked the pass up. Richer chases it. This is the Canadiens' #1 offensive line. As Scotty pointed out, the Flyers are careful who they have out there against them. They jam in the corner. Craven and Corson, and we get the whistle stopping the play. And are they both going to go? It looks like we're going to have penalties called. Live on CBC, this is Hockey Night in Canada.
A whistle stopped the play. Rob Whistle, just called up from Peoria, hits one high to the corner, gets his first goal. The referee's friend. Whistle scores 2-2 tie.
Open at time to go by set for Street Corson.
Now there's Brian McFarland just puckering up his lips and letting you know what happened in Toronto in that sequence.
Now facing the Flyers, number 32, Murray Craven. 2 minutes behind sticking. To the Canadians, number 27, Shane Corson. 2 minutes for elbowing at 5 minutes, 38 seconds.
Face off in the Philadelphia zone. Montreal 3, Philadelphia 1. 5:45 gone, second period. Howe passing it on the far side. Brian Scrudlin for the Canadians hits the referee Hogarth as he tried to clear the zone. Now it's McPhee and Trader, Larry Trader. Didn't quite get underway. McPhee after it now. Kordic has taken over on the right side from Dahlin for this particular shift. Now it's Chelios from the line. A shot. Hextall the save. Scrudlin the rebound. Hextall the save again. Scrudlin tried to set up Kordic. Pass didn't get through. Kordic's going to get a penalty as he knocked Howe to the ice. The delay penalty is being called, and we're going to have the whistle right now. So the Flyers will get a power play chance after John Kordic knocked down Howe in the Philadelphia zone. 3-1, Canadians lead. At 6:17 gives the Flyers another power play opportunity. Their only goal of the hockey game came on a power play, as we see the reason why.
We saw the quickness, 2 good saves by Ron Hextall, turns a real good scoring chance into a power play. But you don't like those kind of penalties if you're on the Montreal side. Kordic taking an offensive penalty, but give a lot of credit to Hextall. For a big guy, he got up very quick and smothered the rebound.
Tocchet, Sinisalo, and Eklund now up front for Philadelphia. Howe and Crossman again man the point positions on the power play. The puck comes back to Crossman. Carbonneau trying to check him. Up against the boards, players jam. Carbonneau falls down on top of the puck. Carbonneau, Gainey, Ludwig, and Chelios defending for the Canadians, with Kordic now sitting out the penalty. Boston ahead of Pittsburgh 3-1 into the third period in that game. Neely with his 10th for the Bruins. Islanders 1 up on the Red Wings as play is underway again here at the Forum with Quebec and Hartford in a 3-3 tie. Puck is shot down the ice. Canadians killing the penalty. And Crossman has it deep in his own zone for Philadelphia. Shots on goal, 14-7 to this point for Montreal. Howe flips it into the Canadians' end of the rink. Gainey after it on the far side. Puck comes free. Sinisalo to Eklund. Feeds it in for Howe. Flyers trying to get set up for a shot. Puck around on the boards. Here's Eklund. Does he control it? Yes, at the blue line. To Howe. Howe in for Tocchet through the crease. Sinisalo had gone in a little too deep. Now it's Crossman to Eklund, and the Flyers show good puck control right here. But still no shot. Here's Eklund. Back to Crossman. Over it goes, and Sinisalo didn't get good wood on that at all. Puck is cleared. Crossman keeps it in. Howe a shot, and that deflects off Carbonneau. Tocchet and Ludwig fight for it. Puck behind the net. Carbonneau with it. Does he get it out over the line? Yes. The rookie Huffman came off the bench as Howe went off the ice. Has he been hurt, or was he just tired and just looking for a rest, and the puck came barely out over the line? Number 9, Pelle Eklund, his 3rd season, and we mentioned the hat trick he scored. His biggest night, he says, of the NHL and the Canadians-Flyers series here last year. Here's another update from Brian.
Good second period for the Blues. They give this goal to Robert Nordmark, a rookie, but our announcers say Tony McKegney tipped it in on the power play. Tony Herkus also in on it at the 12-minute mark, 3-2 Blues.
37 seconds left in the Kordic penalty as the Flyers bring it in, and Hayward gets a piece of that shot off Crossman's stick. Now it's Huffman at the line with a drive. It's deflected in front. Dobbin a shot wide. It got through the screen, and it went off the corner and all the way back out into the center ice zone. And Huffman has to pick it up quickly. He's only 19 years of age. Harry Huffman. A shot behind the Canadians' net. Houlihan falls down in the corner. The Flyers try to control it. Chelios is going to get a penalty right there. Huffman a drive. Hayward with a good shot. Save off the shot that got through on the screen. And all of that with the delayed penalty being called, and the Canadians will have another man head to the penalty box. They lead the game 3-1. So the Flyers getting a lot of opportunity here as we see why Chelios is sent off for boarding. It's an obvious call. Now, right after that, Craig Ludwig and Crossman up against the glass behind the Montreal net.
next 8 seconds, a big one for Montreal. They'd like to get out of that first 8 seconds and not be scored upon, because a goal would only nullify that penalty they've killed a minute and 52 of.
And they get out of it. It looks like Scotty Carbonneau won the face-off to Lawler. So now Kordich's penalty is over. He heads to the bench, and Gainey takes over up front. Craven shoots the puck behind the net. So in effect, it's almost a 4-minute power play situation here for Philadelphia. Huffman keeps it in. And I'm wondering if something's the matter with Howe. He's not back out here in this power play. Now it's Carbonneau trying to dig it loose along the boards. Does. Gainey picks it up. Far side. Gainey and Carbonneau working hard. Sinisalo then plays it back to Huffman, and he turns against the checking of Carbonneau. And Carbonneau knocks him down. Flyers control. Here's Craven into the zone with Crossman. A shot. Hayward to save. The rebound. The Flyers try to get it in front. There's a battle for it, but Ludwig cleared it away. Huffman keeps it in at the far side. Craven is bumped by Ludwig. Dropped behind the net. So is Dobbin. The puck around on the far side. Here's Huffman at the point. Slips it through. Back to Huffman again. A minute left in the penalty. Flyers with that puck control. Huffman a shot. Got through. The rebound's in front. Kick free. Oh, Propp fanned on it. He was in behind everybody else. Flyers keep the puck in the zone. Here it comes for Crossman. A shot. Hayward to save. Ludwig is down. The puck comes loose. Canadians can't get it out of the zone. Good job for the Flyers. Huffman. Far side. A drive. Hayward to save. The rebound. And Propp couldn't put it home on the short side. Crossman to Dobbin. Back to Huffman. Huffman moves in close. Working his way in. Blocked by Ludwig. Dobbin picks it up. 22 seconds left in the power play. Huffman with it now. A drive. Blocked in front by Carbonneau, who shoots it down the ice.
And Hayward came up big, but he was able to see every shot. There was no Flyer parked in front of him.
Boy, the Flyers here, they had a real traffic jam in front of their bench on a line change. I don't know if they've been called or not, or maybe it's just an offside. There was so much traffic. But the fans respond to the penalty killing by the Canadians and the goaltending of Brian Hayward. They had 6 shots on goal during the power play sequence that started with the Kordic penalty, and there's still 8 seconds left of the Chelios penalty.
And you know, really what happened, Hayward was moving. He was making the saves. As I said before, he saw all of the pucks. There was no rebounds lying around, and from the Flyers' standpoint, they've had the puck in their end now for just the better part of about 4 minutes in the Montreal end. But Hayward made this crowd rise to its feet with his great play.
Guess who's got both goals for Edmonton against Buffalo? It gives him 13 on the year. Wayne Gretzky. Sutter into the Canadian zone. Penalty is over. Montreal back at full strength. They roll the puck to the crease, and Carson had it go by him. So the Canadians kill those back-to-back penalties. Here comes Naslund. The Richer with a drive off Hextall. Into the corner for Corson. Richer after it now. Interception for the Flyers. Lindsey Carson down the left side. Carson against Richer. A shot blocked on the short side by Hayward. Puck flipped in front, knocked down. Melleby a turnaround, didn't miss by much. Sutter slips it in front. Carson fans on it. Lindsey Carson from North Battleford, Saskatchewan, home of Emo Lacat Francis and other hockey types. Now here's Sutter trying to get started in the center ice zone. Can't get going. Naslund comes back for Montreal. Naslund a shot off the outside of the post. Players fall behind the net. Here's Richer working his way in. Hang on. Whistle goes, and I think we've got penalties called, just as Richer was trying to work in front of the net. Tonight's game coming to you from the Montreal Forum. 8 minutes and 52 seconds left in the period. And we got penalties called on Sutter of the Flyers and Corson of the Canadians as we see them to the side of the net. Corson got the first crack in. Sutter came back, and as Richer was moving in and swinging wide, the penalty call was made. The whistle stopped the play.
Two aggressive centermen, Shane Corson and Ron Sutter. And may add also that Corson, a native of Barrie, as well as the referee Ron Hogarth. They probably exchanged pleasantries during the summer months as well.
That's when they exchange their pleasantries, not during the winter months. Howe behind the net. Shoots it around for Rick Taka. 3-1 Montreal. 8:45 left, second period. Propp trying to barge through. Lawler takes him out. Prop, Tocchet, members of Team Canada. Crossman, they're all out there now. Behind the net, it's Tocchet. The Prop, Poulin tied up by Lawler. They get the puck in front. Good stop by Hayward. He has come up big in these last few minutes for Montreal. Poulin, puck gets through. Chelios is down. Flyers control. Tocchet scores! A turnaround shot from the deep slot. And it's 3-2 Montreal.
We get a chance to look at this one. I think one of the few times that the Flyers have bothered Hayward. He had just made a big stop, and Brian Propp was parked right in front of him, number 26. Hayward didn't see this one. Now he's looking for the puck, and it squeezes on the left side, his glove side. But Propp was right where they wanted him, right in front of the net. Propp scored that first Flyer goal. He's right there, and he doesn't see this one at all. And the Flyers haven't had much of this in this game. They've had good territorial play, but when you kill those two back-to-back penalties, not really good penalties. The Canadians have had 3 penalties, I think, in this period. Swoboda, Kordic, and Chelios, and all have been Chelios was maybe the better of the 3.
So Tocchet scores his 4th of the year unassisted at 11:42. 3-2, and the Flyers come back. Craven hauled down as he tries to hop through the defense. Hayward sprawls out and hangs on. This program is copyrighted strictly for the private use of our audience. Any reproduction, retransmission, distribution, or exhibition in whole or in part with the express consent of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation is strictly prohibited. Face-off will be to the left of Brian Hayward. So the Flyers have got back into this one after coming up short on that lengthy power play chance they had. They score when the teams are at full strength to make it 3-2. And here's a shot. Hayward knocks that one down. Flyers coming on with a lot of shots in this period. Dahlin turning in his own zone. Cross-ice pass. And the Canadian Swoboda back to Ludwig. Sometimes teams can be off balance, Scotty, after a goal goes in. Here comes McPhee. Trying to set up Skrudland. The puck goes to Skrudland. Runs into traffic. McPhee is bumped up against the boards by Derek Smith. And Smith comes up with the puck for Philadelphia and turns in his own zone ahead to Sinisalo.
I think the penalty situation gets you in that defensive position. That's what's happened, killing those 3. Now the Flyers are taking the attack.
Dahlin was intercepted by Sinisalo to Murray Craven. Craven swings on the right side, makes a nice move out in front. Oh, and Sinisalo redirected that pass, and it was just wide. Nice play by Craven. The puck knocked away and out into the center ice area. Montreal not threatening much at all here lately. Of course, they had to kill the penalty, but here's Mellanby now. Mellanby, nice drop pass for Eklund. Back to Mellanby off his skate. Following in is Carson. His shot deflected wide. And the Flyers with chances right here. Now it's Brian Skrudland breaking out to his own line, and then his pass intended for Naslund knocked away. Shots on goal have evened up right now. 15 apiece. Carson a shot into the zone. Here's a chance now. Mellanby in front. He scores! Philadelphia. Mellanby in behind the defense. And the Flyers tie the game 3-3. Well, quite a night for Scott Mellanby. I know his mother's here. She flew in from Calgary to see this game. John Perron's not as happy as Mrs. Mellanby is right now.
One of the rare mistakes you'll see Matt Naslund making here. He's turning around. Mats gets caught looking the wrong way, looking around on this side to see who was coming in. All of a sudden, Mellanby got in alone, took it to his backhand and caught Hayward by surprise. But I think Naslund on that one, he didn't know where he was. He knew somebody was coming, and he looked on the inside, and Mellanby went on the outside.
De la saison tombée par le numéro 19. Flyers goal is 3rd of the year, scored by number 19, Scott Mellanby. Avec l'aide du numéro 18, assisted by number 18, Lindsey Carson. Et le numéro 28,
Canadians, Bob Gainey.
13 minutes, 16 seconds.
Scores tied, 3-3. Mellanby's 3rd of the year for Philadelphia. 13-16 the tie. Here's Howe. Canadian zone into Dave Poulin. And the Flyers come right back. Poulin checked by Carbonneau. Now it's ahead to Bob Gainey. Gainey playing in career game number 1,047 tonight. He's tied up by Howe. Gets rid of the puck, but right on to Crossman. And here's a break at center ice. Tocchet bumped by Trader. Prop follows up for the Flyers with a shot. Hayward with the save, and Chelios takes over for Montreal. And what have we got here? Whistle goes to stop the play. So we'll take a break live on CBC Hockey.
14 minutes, 4 secondes. Canadians penalty number 28, Larry Trader. 2 minutes for Hines, sticking at 14 minutes, 4 seconds.
Just to the right of the screen, there you see Trader, the high stick on Prop. So the penalty call is made, and the wheels are coming off a bit for Montreal.
Well,
Scotty.
another penalty to a Canadian defenseman. Swoboda's had 2 in this game. Lawler's had a 5-minute penalty. Chelios has had a penalty, now Trader. And that takes its toll with 5 defensemen dressed. We missed Chelios on that last penalty. The Flyers didn't score in the power play, but it got the momentum swung in their favor.
Another power play opportunity right here for Philadelphia, who have come back from a 3-1 deficit to tie the game. 3-3, 5:50 remaining here in the second period. Crossman in his own zone. Neutral area, Doug Crossman. Stick handles it to the left side for the rookie Huffman. Huffman flips it in front. It comes back on a deflection to Craven. Craven over to Crossman. Crossman fires it through the slot area, far side for Ilka Sinosalo. To Murray Craven at the line. Craven back to Sinosalo. He shoots off the stick of McPhee, and the puck deflects over the glass and out of play. In the second period, the shots so far, 12-4 in favor of Mike Keenan's Philadelphia Flyers.
Showing a lot of confidence with young Kerry Huffman, their first-round pick of a year ago, but with the trade of McCrimmon, they saw Huffman coming along. It's quite young, a 19-year-old to be moving into a defense, but I think they looked at fellas like Howe, at the age of Mark Howe, and also they had the experience of fellas like Marsh, that now's the time to get a young defenseman in there and start playing them.
A minute 25 remaining in the Trader penalty. And they check the ice area, the snow, to the left of the post. Nice to see Bob Hodges working again. Scotty, you and I were in Washington 2 weeks ago tonight. I don't know how many of our viewers saw that game outside the Montreal area, but he was very seriously injured and looked that way, taken from the ice on a stretcher. Talked to him before the game, and it was a case of a stiff neck, nothing much more. He said, I didn't need the stretcher.
You know, Dick, we get a chance to watch Carbonneau on these penalties. He's so adept with his stick. He's a busy penalty killer. He does all the little things that you have to do killing penalties.
Dobbin into the Canadian zone, rips it around behind the net. Prop on the far side. Prop in the corner, works it along the boards. Nobody bothering him. Now Chelios moves in. Prop is double teamed, but the puck comes back to Crossman at the right point. Doug Crossman. Eklund, fan on the return pass, and Carbonneau is able to poke it down the ice. 45 seconds left in the penalty. Carbonneau and Gainey leave, and Skrudland and McPhee take over again. McPhee with an interception at center ice. Puck is loose. McPhee picks it up, drops it back in. Chelios for Montreal in his own zone. Chelios to Skrudland off his stick. Puck's at center ice. Skrudland can't get it by Huffman. And you're right, the young kid's out there a lot. Chelios with the puck in his own zone. Prop tries to tie him up. It's loose for Craig Ludwig, and Ludwig feeds it down the ice with 15 seconds left now in the Trader penalty.
They haven't had a lot going on their power plays, and they've had, what, this the fourth one this period?
Had a few. Sinosalo, penalty coming to an end. He moves quickly to the Montreal line. Sinosalo stops, penalty is over, and there's a steal by Skrudland. He sends Claude Lemieux away. It's a breakaway for Lemieux. Moving set, shoots, Hextall a save. Great chance for Montreal on the breakaway by Claude Lemieux, and Ron Hextall came up big for Philadelphia. So the score remains tied 3-3 here at the Montreal Forum. Claude Lemieux, Ron Hextall, one-on-one.
Well, if you get, this is the importance of timing, and Lemieux was going full speed ahead. Watch how far Hextall was out, and all Lemieux saw was enough size in front of you, pads and everything else, but Hextall had moved out. I watched the play, and he moved out and just got back to the top of the circle. There's nothing to shoot at. He probably knew he was going to shoot. He knew Lemieux, I think, from that Canada Cup, although he didn't play, he was with Team Canada, Hextall was.
Howe wasn't that far behind him either. Lemieux felt he had to get rid of it. Now there's an offside against Philadelphia as Mellenby shot it in. The Flyers in this game have 5 power play chances. Scotty, you talked about Guy Carbonneau's work while playing with his team shorthanded, and obviously he's one of the best. Here are some examples of what you're talking about.
It's been a long time that Montreal have had the penalty killing. First it was Jarvis and Gainey. Now it's Carbon and Gainey, but he always seems to have his stick. This is something you teach young players of where to put the stick. You close the angle. He gave up a bit on the point, but he blocks a lot of pucks the way he keeps moving it from left to right.
Smith and Sutter set for the face-off at the center ice red line. 3:37 remaining second period. A tie game at the Forum. They play it tight, these teams. They tied in their first meeting this season in Philadelphia. Sutter with the puck behind the net. Gets it through the crease. It's deflection. Claude Lemieux for the Canadians. Brings it back out to center ice. Fans on a pass and chases the puck down into the zone against Brad Marsh. Meso shoots it back, and there's nobody at the point for the Canadians, and it's all the way to the Montreal line. Svoboda takes over. Peter Svoboda. Lots of room for him on that part of the ice. Left side, drops it off. Meso wasn't ready for it. He got rid of it. And Carson dumps it to the Canadians line, and they're taking turns giving it away to the other guy. Here comes Larry Trader with a big shot. Way too high, off the glass. Dave Poulin, last year's winner of the Selke Trophy, is the best defensive forward in the league. Number 20, he's out there for Philadelphia, chasing the puck into the Canadian zone against Chris Chelios. Poulin, Chelios, they jam along the boards. Centering pass, but it comes out of the stick of Naslund, who stops up against Howe, then couldn't make the play. And now it is Lemieux, cross-ice pass, Naslund after it. Crossman is there, and Crossman wins that little battle. Prop pins Corson. Now it's Naslund. Naslund, a turnaround pass. Nobody there for the Canadians on the right side. And they got a little scrambly again right here with 2:15 left in the period. Puck in front of the Philadelphia bench. Richer trying to dig it free against Howe. Can't do it. Kelly Eklund. And the Flyers are on a change, so nobody picked up that pass.
And it's cut the ice time of players like Smith and Naslund. They've hardly been out here in this second period. And I look to them to get a little more ice in that third period.
Richer. To the line, stick handling against Crossman, who's been open all night, it seems, for Philadelphia. Crossman made the play. Puck still in the Philadelphia zone with less than 2 minutes to play now here in the second period. 3-3 the score as Corson kicks it deep in the zone. Howe trying to get rid of it and went off Corson, and the Flyers control Eklund. Quickly to the Canadians line. Right side, he can dance. Eklund gets it back. Derek Smith, a shot. Hayward's down. The puck is it in the net. The light's not on. Wait a minute, the red light has not gone on, and Hogarth said, yes, the puck's in the net. The Canadians put up a little bit of an argument, but it looks as though the Flyers have come from behind 3-1, and they've taken the lead 4-3. The light did not go on. So now we get a discussion.
It looked to me like Hogarth has made the call, although I'm sure he's going to have conversation with both Hodges and Bonnie with no light going on. And chance to watch it, Dick. It was initially a 2-on-2, and Chelios had his man covered. I think it was Richer came in here and let the Flyer forward. Was it Derek Smith came in and took a shot? And whether Hayward was over the goal line, I thought the puck was in his glove, but maybe it isn't.
He got knocked into the net. The penalty door has been open on the Canadian side. There's the goal judge.
The goal judge, Hogarth has by telephone.
They have that now?
They have the communication, Dick, that he can phone the goal judge rather than talk through the glass, and now he's having a discussion with both Hodges and Bonnie.
So, does it count? Doesn't it count? We don't know. They haven't changed the scoreboard. Players are waiting and waiting, and now Hogarth is going to call. I don't
no goal.
Yeah, he's down. Now the Flyers are upset. Okay, can we see it here? I don't know, Scotty. The key is Hayward's possession of the puck, and where did he have it?
His arm is out above the line, the goal line.
And now we get...
I think we're going to get a penalty to Marsh.
I wonder about that. Marsh is... Yes, he's going to the penalty box. We could have either a 2-minute unsportsmanlike or a 10-minute misconduct. I don't know. And now it's Keenan's turn to be upset.
Spelare nummer 8, Brad Marsh. 10 minutes, mauvaise conduite.
He gets 10.
The way I saw the play, Dick, there was excitement coming with the crowd yelling, but Hayward was backing into the goal crease. Hogarth was over to the corner. He wasn't in great position, although he did blow the whistle in. The goal judge did not put the light on, and we all thought that he signified a goal. Yeah. Obviously, the play was stopped dead with his whistle, and he went to the penalty box, and now Keenan is really upset.
Nothing in the rules about a coach doing that?
Well, I don't know, Dick. With a penalty already to Marsh and a 10-minute misconduct, now he's talking to Poulin, but
Well, that was a strange one, though, Scotty. There was that hesitation on the part of the officials. They had to talk it over. Usually, it's one way or the other. And whether the light goes on or not, the referee makes the call. I certainly thought he nodded yes, as if like they usually do when they say, yes, it is a goal.
I don't think he would have made a call. If the referee makes a call, even though the light doesn't go on, Dick, he's the one that's made the decision. He has the #1 call. There's Hayward, but his glove is, if the puck is in his glove or close to his glove is outside the goal line.
So the score remains 3-3 when it looked as though the Flyers had taken the lead as they dominate the Canadians here in this second period. Montreal scored early in the period to go ahead 3-1.
Well, these are the things when you're in a lengthy slump like the Flyers. You get the shorthand, you get the power play goal, power play not going, you get the face-off goal against you, you score a goal, now you end up losing a defenseman. You know, Dick, you think the world is crumbling on your shoulders.
Well, they haven't played that way, Scotty, through the last 10 or 12 minutes of this period, I'll tell you, though.
This has been their best period in some time.
Chris Nyland brings the puck out to center ice as play resumes. And it bounces through to Hextall, who hangs on to it, and we'll have a face-off in the Philadelphia zone. Flyers have managed just 4 wins this season, 2 at home and 2 on the road, where their record is 2 wins, 4 losses, and a tie. Canadians at home have won 5, lost 2, and tied 1 going into this one tonight.
I think from the Flyers' standpoint, they're 11 points back of their pace a year ago when they got 21, but they've been one team over the past 3 years that have gone wire to wire with great performances, playing only 4 defensemen, often been criticized by their own people by saying, you know, we've got to do a little better in the playoffs. So they got to the finals last year.
Gainey a drive that hit Tocchet's stick. Another one of those face-off situations. Here's Gainey again, and he can't get the shot away that time. Howe is checking, and Tocchet brings it back to the Canadians' line. Right side, Poulin cutting for the front of the net. The puck flips through. Carbonneau wraps it off the boards. Howe keeps it in. Doesn't go off his body and outside the Montreal line. Into the final minute of play here in the second period. 3-3 the score. Tocchet knocked the puck down. Now to Poulin, right side. Behind the net, Propp is there, out in front, and the backhand by Tocchet went wide. Chris Chelios tied up deep in his own zone. Chelios to Craig Ludwig. And the Canadians, with 35 seconds left, bring it into the center ice area and flip it off the stick of Howe into Philadelphia territory. Howe shoots it past Gainey. Montreal on a change for this last half minute of this period. Puck out to center ice. Lawler puts it inside the zone. Croston after it, but Hextall gets to it. He drills it off the boards and out to center ice. So the Canadians will try their luck again. Skrudland leaves it at the line. 2 Flyers almost collided, and Dahlin plays it back to Mike Lawler. Less than 10 seconds to play now. Puck inside the Philadelphia line. Flip to the blue line, out of the zone. The late offside signal, but won't be called because the siren goes. And the teams are even Steven all the way around. The shots are 17-17, and the score at the end of the second period, the Philadelphia Flyers 3, the Montreal Canadiens 3.
Here at the Forum, and Flyer captain Dave Poulin always gives honest answers to tough questions, and we want to talk about this Flyer slump. Not really evident in that second period, but Keenan said the other day it's reached crisis proportions. Do you read into that, a shakeup being imminent?
Well, anytime you go through a stretch like we just did, you think that a shakeup, you know, is the next question. Now, whether that means the coach or the players or some move that management makes, but it's management's job to make sure that we win hockey games. And, you know, as you well know in Philadelphia, they don't take losing too well. And a losing streak is usually constituted of 2 or 3 games, and we've had a tough start. And because we were missing Timmy and Hexie at the start of the year, everybody was looking for us to have a tough start. And it's just magnified now that it's actually happened.
I know it's tough, Dave, for a player to talk about the coach, and those of us in the media like Mike Keenan, but we don't have to dress behind that dressing room door. What are the players saying in the room about him? What about these recurring rumors that the players are not getting along well with the coach and they would like him replaced?
Well, I think that anytime you have a team of 23 guys, you're going to have a few players that aren't really popular with the coach and think that if the coach is removed, that's going to be in their best interest. But unfortunately, they don't have the voting rights when it comes to that. And you know, I think Mike's grown a lot, and he's gone through a lot of changes. This is the first NHL team that he's coached, and as we've grown, he's grown. And he'll candidly admit to you that he's made some mistakes in the way he's handled a hockey team, just as we as players have made mistakes in the way we've played and the way we have handled Mike. And he gave us very much of a free rein this year, and it hasn't really worked out so far. And, you know, he's been very tough in the first 3 years. And now I think there's some balance between those 2 points that between he and ourselves we can hopefully find.
So one of his mistakes would be being too demanding, too tough on the players in the past?
Well, he has been very tough, but at the same time, he's won 160-odd hockey games in the past 3 years. That's very hard to argue with. But from a player's standpoint, once, you know, most of our guys now have been in the league 3, 4, 5 years, and they want more control. Well, they say they want more responsibility, but now that it's been passed to them, they also have to take that responsibility.
What can you do as team captain to right things?
Well, hopefully you just keep everyone as on track as you can. It's been very tough, and the word meeting has popped up so many times. We've had so many team meetings. I wish we were getting paid by the hour for those rather than playing hockey. We'd probably be rich, but we just have to try and keep it going, keep on working, and hopefully we're going to work out of it. And you can't tell yourself you're a bad hockey team. We didn't go from the finals to being last place this year because all of a sudden we're missing everything. You know, we're a good hockey team. We just have to keep everything positive.
Thank you for joining us. I know you have a team meeting to get to.
More than likely.
Yeah, Dave Pullen of the Philadelphia Flyers. A 3-3 tie. Our second intermission continues in just a moment.
The Emmy Award-winning daytime drama, The Guiding Light, weekdays on CBC television.
Here's our update game. Late in the second period in Toronto, Secord causes a big traffic jam, and there's Dave Semenko, ever reliable, one of those needle-in-a-haystack goals that ties the game at 3 after 2 periods of play. That goal came with 12 seconds left in the second period. And now we're going to go live to Maple Leaf Gardens in Toronto, where it's a 3-3 tie, and standing by there, Bob Cole with Harry Neal. Let's watch the Blues and the Toronto Maple Leafs, these Norris Division rivals, in action at Maple Leaf Gardens.
We now welcome you people who have been watching Philadelphia and the Canadiens at the Forum for this game in Toronto. I'm Bob Cole with Harry Neal in the booth. The Leafs scored twice in the first period for a 2-0 lead, and then the Blues in the second got 3 in a row to get in front. Semenko tied it up with 12 seconds left in the second period. Millen is in goal for St. Louis now. Walmsley was hurt on the last scoring play by Semenko in period number 2. Bester in goal for Toronto. 3-3, the score. Here's Darks setting one up in front. I am afraid he was there to give it to Wendell Clark. At center is Courtnall, who has a goal tonight. And he has scored 10 games in a row now, at least 1 point. Back to the line, the Leafs. Richardson shot, deflected in front, and 3 Blues come out of the zone. Led by Mahar to center. Mahar played it in, and at the line, Evans made the move, and they're offside.
It's Tony Herkus. Well, that's Evans they brought up from Peoria, as the Blues sent 2 guys home that were trying to get in the Nerf ball contest in New Jersey.
Shots in the second period were 13 apiece. Toronto outshot St. Louis 11-9 in the first. And the 2-period total now into the third period. We played just 3:32 of the third. 26-22 Toronto. The Blues lost 3 in a row. The Leafs have 5 in a row winning. Out of the zone, Benning stopped Lehman. That is Daou on the boards. He can't move too far. And Lewis gets the puck out. Lehman could not play it. He would have been offside. Out to center ice, and Lands takes it for Toronto. Hit Osborne's skate. Pass in wide to Millen. And the Blues come back. That is Benning. Fed it up on the boards to center, and Lands takes it there. Shoots it back in. Bill Root, former Leaf, now St. Louis Blue, starts the play to get the Blues out of the zone. Kegney there tied up near center ice. And Gilmore held in check quite well tonight by Daou. Couldn't get too far.
The Leafs have a new kid line this year. Clark, Courtnall, and Olczyk. They've been flying of late. 3-3 tie at Maple Leaf Gardens in Toronto. Our scoreboard is next. Live on CBC, this is Hockey Night in Canada. We have have one final score for you. The Boston Bruins defeated Pittsburgh tonight, 4-1. Hockey Night in Canada returns in just a moment.
Looking for an award-winning...
Twist open the taste, it'll stop your cold. Molson Canadian.
Hockey Night in Canada on CBC. Best on the box. Saturday, one game, coast to coast. The Adams Division leading Montreal Canadiens, led by Chicago native Chris Chelios, play host to the Chicago Blackhawks, who are led by the line of Denny Savard, Rick Vive, and Steve Larmer. It's a battle of original 6 entries, the Hawks and the Canadiens.
Teams on the ice for the third period of tonight's game. A 3-3 tie here at the Montreal Forum between the Canadiens and the Philadelphia Flyers. I'm Dick Urban along with Scotty Bowman and Brian McFarland. The Flyers dominated the second period, outshot the Canadiens 12-6 and came from behind 3-1 with goals by Tocchet at 11:42 and Scott Mellanby at 13:16. Brian Propp, the other goal scorer for Philadelphia. Messo, Lemieux, and Dahlin have done the scoring for Montreal. So, Scotty, the Canadiens have to get back on the track.
They'll have to play the first 8.5 minutes without Brad Marsh, and this will be a key part of the game from their behalf.
Puck shot to the line. Howe knocks it down. I'll tell you, I've heard that Crossman hasn't been that effective coming off Team Canada, but Doug Crossman, the former Ottawa junior, has played a lot of this hockey game, and I think he's played pretty well. He's out there right now with Mark Howe. Puck into the Flyers zone. Hextall stopped it, quickly gets it ahead, and the Flyers bring it back. Dave Poulin. You know, when you hear stories that hockey players are poor interviews in that, then just check with the Dave Poulins of life to find out otherwise. Jay Greenberg, a writer in Philadelphia, had a great line, pucks out of play. He said late in the season, he says, I know I'm getting tired, and I should take a break from the hockey beat. He said, because Dave Poulin's answers are better than my questions.
We got a good example of Ron Hextall's the ability to come out of the net. He played the puck behind the goal. Propp stationed himself up for the blue line. Poulin stationed himself halfway up, and they made the pass to Poulin. And that's what they didn't have in the first few games. They had to come all the way back, get that puck, and then move up. So Hextall, you know, Dick, for all of the maybe 30 or 40 times he comes out in a game, how much does he really help that club? An awful lot. He'll get burned the odd time, but, you know, there's been so many goalies that have done it, but not done it as well as, I think only one other one I can remember. You know who he is.
Jacques Plante. Puck shot down into the Canadian zone. Sutter stops it. Puck behind the net now. Scott Mellanby. He has scored a goal in this game tonight. He got taken off the puck. Samuelson keeps it in. It's knocked down by McPhee, and the Canadiens come back. McPhee to Strudlin. On the left wing, Brian Strudlin in front of the net, and the puck gets to the crease. Hextall sprawls. It's underneath him, and the whistle stops the play. There were 3 Flyers taking out Dahlin from the Montreal Forum. This is Hockey Night in Canada. Down at the Meadowlands, the New Jersey Devils lead Washington 4-1. Looks like they're on their way to their 8th straight home ice victory. Team that's turned it around a bit. Here's Chelios. He changes hands, goes from right to left, got the shot through. Switch hitter. Can do it pretty well. Here's McPhee behind the net. Canadians with a bit of pressure on here. McPhee stopping. Feeding it to Dahlin. Dahlin working away from Craven. Now to McPhee again. Flyers watching them. Puck is shot back behind the net. Hextall tries to get rid of it, sweeps it around. Derek Smith can't get it by Chelios, and Strudlin gave it up. And the Flyers break out. It's Craven into the center ice area to Sinisalo on the right wing. He winds up, lets a shot go, goes off Trader's stick, which was broken on the play. Puck shot behind the net by Smith. Canadians have a defenseman out there, Larry Trader, without a stick. Strudlin trying to clear the zone, can't do it. Here's a chance for Craven in front, and he elected to pass it off. And Smith was covered in front of the net. Chelios, left side for McPhee. McPhee shoots it into the corner, and the Canadians make a change. The Flyers, Rick Tocchet on the right side now. Tocchet moving to center ice, shooting it in. Smith is after it. Svoboda gets to it first, plays it off the glass. Hoffman falls down. Here's a break, and right off the stick of Riche. Look at Hextall, out to the blue line. and he got there before Richer. Oh.
And he put a lot on it, too.
Boy, he moved quickly. Oh, here's Tocchet from the right side. A rising shot went wide. Huffman on the far point. Behind the net, out in front. Ludwig batted it out of the air, and Stefan Richer plays it to Mats Naslund. Here comes Naslund, drops it off to Richer. To Naslund, quick shot, hits the post. Svoboda at the right side. Weak shot, blocked by Samuelsson. Samuelsson into the center ice area with Dave Poulin, and he flips it through. Prop tries to reach it, and he's knocked down on the play. Svoboda coughs it up to Poulin behind the net. Out in front to Howe. He was covered. Samuelsson knocked it down and kept it in at the line. Poulin flips it through the crease. Prop tries to center it. Gets it again. Brian Prop. Blocked there by Ludwig. Puck behind the net now for Svoboda, and the Flyers put some pressure on. They take turns doing that, Scotty, in this period. Here come the Canadians with Richer. Look at the move he makes on Sutter. The Naslund, they're offside at the line. So they have played 3 minutes and 20 seconds in this third period. Game is still tied.
At Maple Leaf Gardens, the Blues go in front of the Leafs 4-3. The Leaf defenders are all concerned about Doug Gilmour as he moves up ice. And he doesn't get much further than center until now. Then over to Benning. They forget about Benning. In he comes. Brian Benning makes it 4-3 St. Louis.
Bobby Smith at center ice, as Scotty was pointing out, that was on the air, off the air, Scotty, that with the penalties and whatever in that second period, it felt like Bobby Smith didn't get much ice time.
Well, you know, you look at the 10 goals that Bobby Smith has scored. You're taking a lot of production away from a club that, you know, needs every goal they can get.
He had 2 the other night in Chicago in the 4-4 tie. And the Flyers make a change now with Samuelsson and Huffman coming out on defense. Brad Marsh sitting out a misconduct penalty, so young Huffman, 19-year-old rookie, getting a lot of ice.
I've always wondered, Dick, how forwards and defensemen would they skate as well as goalies when they have all that equipment. And I even noticed Patrick Roy yesterday in the practice. He's a great skater, just like Hextall.
Lawler with the puck, moving to the line. Lawler to Momesso, quick shot, that's deflected off Huffman and rolled wide. Lemieux checking on Sutter. The puck is on the far side for Lindsey Carson. Now it's Huffman. Good pass to Sutter, but it went off his stick. Sutter picks it up again. Carson can't reach it in front of the Canadian net. Turned around. Puck comes loose along the boards, and Momesso brings it out for Montreal to Chris Chelios on the right side to Claude Lemieux with a long shot. Hextall likes to be acrobatic. I don't think that one maybe was as tough as he made it look. You know, that play with Richer here, Scotty, a few minutes ago. Again, I go back to goaltenders of the past. Well, they would have just sat in their goal crease and waited for the breakaway.
And he would have had a breakaway for sure. On that last play also, Chelios, it was just a simple 2-on-2, and he could smell the play coming up. He jumped up, and he was hard. The Flyer was hard pressed to come back to make it a 3-on-3, and finally Hextall had to make a pretty good save.
We coached some pretty good goaltenders. You think there's New Jersey winning again at home ice, 4-1 over Washington. Like when Glenn Hall or Ken Dryden have raced out and tried to beat Richer to the puck.
I don't think Kenny Dryden, you know, really come out as much as any of the other goalies. Hall was a good skater.
Islanders, as you saw, beating Detroit in overtime at the Nassau Coliseum. 3-3 the score here. So it's a close one at the Montreal Forum. Derek Smith to Murray Craven. Craven stick handling. Centering pass. Good play to Sinisalo, but he didn't get the shot away. He was tied up the last minute. Nice play by the Flyers. Now McPhee puts the puck away from Crossman. Howe cuts over, knocks it down, and Craven takes over for Philadelphia. Dahlin squeezes Sinisalo along the boards, and Svoboda comes up with the puck for the Canadians to McPhee. McPhee leaves it for Dahlin with a quick wrist shot, pad save, rebound picked up by Derek Smith. Svoboda with it now. Svoboda to Skrugla. Right side, slips it in as the team clear the 5-minute mark in this third period. Here comes Crossman, the former Blackhawk, traded to Philadelphia in return for Ben Wilson back in '83. Turns away from Gainey. Crossman backs up into his own zone. Now to Mark Howe, and he clips it along the boards. Greg Ludwig behind the net, being chased by Prop. Ludwig to Chris Nyland. Nyland leaves it for Carbonneau. Carbonneau to Gainey, can't reach the pass against Samuelsson. At center ice, it's Tocchet batting it ahead. Brian Prop against Craig Ludwig. Prop falls on that exchange. Ludwig and Propp still hanging on to one another. Dave Poulin comes in, and we get traffic in the corner. Now it comes loose. Propp to Samuelson, a shot wide. Nyland bumps with Huffman on the far side, and Chris Nyland one hands it ahead. Not on the mark. Samuelson, the Propp, and here come the Flyers again with Poulin. Ludwig stopped that pass to the line, not out. Huffman a drive, deflection. Didn't get through. Boy, did that change direction, Scotty.
That was a similar type of play that Chicago tied the game the other night on Doug Wilson hitting Ludwig.
Puck shot into the zone. Canadians into the rink. Chelios. They hit to Richer, and he hands it off to Derek Smith. And the Flyers start to out-hustle the Canadians and knock them off the puck and keep them off balance in their own zone. 3-3 the score. Eklund, right side. Popping into the Canadian zone. Kelly Eklund behind the net. Ludwig checking on him. Eklund still with it now. Eklund. Dobbin in the corner. Trying to get it back to Eklund and hit the referee. And now Dobbin runs into the referee. And Hogarth caught up in the traffic. Derek Smith the centering pass. Ludwig takes over ahead for Naslund. Slips it to Chelios. Working against Crossman. Crossman steers him wide on the play. Good play by the Philadelphia defenseman. Naslund with a shot. Blocked by Eklund. And we've got Chelios and Crossman tying one another up again in the corner to the right of Hextall. They jam. Puck comes loose. Referee waiting, watching, and is the puck still? The puck is still there, and the Canadians come up with it. There was a slow motion for you. Shot comes in. Oh, that seemed to get by Hextall on a bit of a deflection off the shot by Corson. Hextall out of the net.
Chelios looked like a pretty good centerman there, Dick.
Comes back. Chelios at the point. He's back on defense, and another change of direction. That one missed the open side. Now it's Corson battling with Crossman, and the Canadians take a turn at hemming the Flyers in. Richer had to go off his stick, and to ease the pressure, the Flyers clear it down the ice. Smith right to Hayward. Naslund, two-line pass. Simona and Mellanby ran into each other, but no damage done. 12:28 remaining. We are back at the Montreal Forum talking about this being the anniversary of Red Berenson scoring 6 goals in one game. Tomorrow, November 8th, quite a date in hockey history. 45 years ago tomorrow, Rocket Richard scored the first goal of his career. And 10 years later, on the same date, November 8th, became an all-time top goal scorer with 325. And then 9 years ago tomorrow, a fellow named Bobby Orr announced his retirement. Lawler. The puck at the line as we get back to the present day. Here's Bobby Smith coming up with it for the Canadians. Smith with a quick shot. Hextall came out. Again, giving some room on that side. Another save, that time off Momesso. So back-to-back saves by Hextall, and the whistle stops the play.
And he's so big, and he's out so far, there really probably isn't much room. It looks a lot more than it is. And see here now, he's out as far as you can get without really giving up too much, and he's got that confidence.
See, Scotty, you always wondered when you coached why the broadcasters up here, we knew all the answers. You see, now, like you say, it looks like there's more room than there really is.
That's right.
Now you're learning.
They flashed that Quebec scored. I think they're the only undefeated team on the road this year. They won another game defeating Hartford 5-3. So, you know, 2 big wins for the Nordics, beating the Capitals last night in Washington.
The score. Face off in the Philadelphia zone. And this one is settling into a typical battle between these teams before the largest crowd of the season here in Montreal, close to 18,000. Crossman in his own zone. Third. I would have liked, you talk about ice time. How about Crossman and Howe? Marsh still sitting out his misconduct. Up shot into the Canadian zone. Comes Tocchet with a shot that went through the edge of the crease. Howe. Left side, blocked by Carbonneau. Carbonneau off the skate of Propp as he tried to send Gainey away, and it's down to the Philadelphia zone. Hextall out of the net again.
Marsh should be eligible to come out, I guess, after this next stoppage.
Howe behind his own goal line. Drills it around on the boards. Rick Tocchet picks it up. He's got a bit of a break on the right side. Hayward makes the save. And Tocchet let a shot go from the right wing. Chris Chelios straight up the center ice lane. Swings to the right side. Chelios knocked down. Penalty coming up in the play to Sinisalo. First penalty call of this third period. So the Canadians in this tie game will have a power play chance. Hockey Night in Canada returns in just a moment.
at 8 minutes 52 seconds.
That's the 18th minor penalty called by Hogarth tonight. Only the 4th minor penalty of the season, picked up by Ilkka Sinisalo.
Well, Chelios decides to go with it, and you draw a penalty with that little bit extra speed. And I don't remember Chris doing this much puck carrying. I know he's playing a lot more, but in other years, is it just because of the absence of Robinson? But do you think he's taken charge and just decided to carry this? He got a green light from the coach more?
He must have. You're right. But again, that comes, I think, Scotty, I wonder if it would have been any different had Larry Robinson been playing. I don't know. False start on the face-off. Marsh is back out and is out there to kill this penalty, the first part of it anyway, with Samuelson on defense. Sutter up front for Philadelphia with Tocchet.
You get a chance to watch the way the Canadians try to use the passing of Naslund. He'll try to get in the corner when it's one-on-one and a Smith pushing and shoving. Naslund will pick up the puck, and he's usually the feeder to the point man.
Smith, Naslund, Lemieux, Chelios, and Richer. The power play set up for Montreal, and Chelios has it at the right point. Across to Richer. A shot way wide off the boards, and does Chelios keep it in? Yes. Smith picks it up. Bobby Smith to Naslund. Back pass to Richer. Over to Chelios. To Richer. A drive. Deflection off the glass in the corner. Big Samuelson has it. He flips it along the boards. Richer can't keep it in, and Chelios takes over now to Smith. Quickly at the line ahead. Claude Lemieux picks it up. Lemieux centers it. Nobody there for Montreal. Naslund faked the pass back. Craven picked it up. Almost got caught there. Smith almost had a chance. Now it's Naslund to Richer. Back to Naslund on the left wing. To Richer at the point position. A drive, but through, blocked by Marsh. Chelios tried to center it. Blocked by Marsh. Chelios again to Lemieux in front. Hextall the save, the rebound on the deflection. Picked up by Samuelson. Richer keeps it in at the line. Now it's Samuelson again. Ahead to Murray Craven. Craven dumps it high, and the Flyers finally relieve the pressure. There's Hayward out of the net. Sutter was after it, but changed his mind, and the Flyers make a change. 50 seconds left in the penalty time. Richer at center ice. Almost a steal there by Propp. Now it's Smith. Left wing. Smith in front. Put it right onto Propp's pads, and here come the Flyers with Dave Poulin. Brian Propp. He's dangerous on the right side. Quick shot off the stick of Chelios. Poulin picks it up. Fires it across. Nobody there, but Crossman has it at the blue line, and the Flyers turn this over into the Canadian zone while they're killing the penalty. For Sinisalo. Propp is knocked down. Chelios with it. Shoots it along on the board for Naslund. Naslund a pass to Bobby Smith. 15 seconds left in the penalty. Smith leaves it for Naslund. Naslund against Poulin's checking. Shoots it behind the net. Hextall is there, so is Bobby Smith. Pucks into the corner. Corson on the ice now. Poulin comes up with it. Svoboda blocks his clearing attempt, and then Poulin takes it away from him and shoots it down the ice as the penalty ends.
And Naslund, Smith, and Richer were on for the full 2 minutes. Chelios just about 2 minutes. That's very unusual that they'd stay out there that long, but no whistles. They couldn't get off.
8:55 remaining in regulation time. It's 3-3 here at the Montreal Forum. The Flyers shoot the puck into the Canadian zone. Larry Trader hustles back after it. Trader plays it on the board. Skrudland and Eklund. Puck pops loose for Derek Smith, and he was stopped. Here is Meso to Brian Skrudland. Skrudland into the zone. Tries to get by the big reach of Samuelson. Can't do it. And Meso to Dahlin, who's tied up by Marsh. Meso comes in as well, and Samuelson takes over for Philadelphia. Shell Samuelson. For the Flyers last year in the trade that saw goalie Bob Froese go to New York. Now it's Larry Trader. Trader on the left side. Trader into Skrudland with a shot. Hextall the save. Marsh knocks it away. Canadians have had 8 shots this period. The Flyers just 2, and we got a penalty call here. What's this now? Penalty? It looks like it. We'll tell you when we come back. Tonight's game is coming to you from the Montreal Forum.
Friday at select theaters.
Canadians penalty number 39, Brian Skrudland, 2 minutes for holding at 11 minutes 55 seconds.
So a holding penalty to Saskatoon's Brian Skrudland. Gives the Flyers a power play chance here, Scotty. See if we can pick it up right here, middle of your screen. There he is.
It happened just beside the Canadians bench, and I think he put his hand on the stick.
So the Flyers now, who have just killed the penalty to Sinisalo, get a power play chance with Skrudland off. Sinisalo is out there. Craven, Tocchet, Crossman, and Huffman. They go with the kid again on the point. Tocchet to the Canadian zone. Stick handles it, loses it, and Gainey turns around and shoots it down the ice.
A big test for the Canadian penalty killers, also with Scrudlin as one of their penalty killers serving this penalty.
Huffman ahead right side. Murray Craven working against Craig Ludwig. Gets by him along the boards. Good play by Craven. Out in front to Crossman. Crossman kicks it free. Turns around inside the Canadians' line. Now it's Huffman on the left wing with a big shot. Grabbed by Hayward. He didn't quite know where it was. He glanced behind him a little bit, but he hangs on. Scotty, I mentioned that Bob Gainey was playing in career game number 1047 tonight. When he joined the Montreal Canadiens as a quiet rookie at a Peterborough Juniors, did you look at him and say, this guy's going to play over 1,000 games in the NHL?
Well, you know, when a fella came up like that at his age, I guess he spent a couple of weeks in the minors. And outside, he's been a National Leaguer ever since.
Saturday, one game, coast to coast. Chicago native Chris Chelios looks forward to a game against the Blackhawks. It's Montreal and Chicago on Hockey Night in Canada.
So Jean Perron watches his Canadians trying to kill this penalty to Brian Scrudlin. 1:15 left in the penalty time. 7:20 remaining here in the third period. It's 3-3. And the Canadians control the faceoff. Chelios drills it on the boards, and Crossman can't keep it inside the zone. Back it goes over to Kerry Huffman. Now to Doug Crossman ahead. Murray Craven with a shot behind the net. Hayward missed it. Pocket on the far side. Puck pops free. Now it's Tocchet again. Tocchet working along the boards, gets it back to Huffman. Good job by Tocchet. Puck shot behind the net. Sinisalo. That's Crossman. Back to Sinisalo on the right wing. Moving in. Quick shot, deflects. And they're behind the net. Not much action and motion here. Flyers trying to set something up. Corson out there, taking over from Scrudlin alongside McPhee to kill the penalty. Corson again in the corner. 25 seconds left in the penalty. Puck is flipped ahead, and McPhee bats it down the ice.
They look awful tentative. I think the fact that their power play's been so ineffective this year, and they really haven't been even close on the point shots. They haven't been able to get the puck back.
Carbonneau came back and got the puck out of the zone. Mellenby with 5 seconds left in the penalty now. Now it's Huffman. Huffman turning in his own zone. Huffman, a pass ahead. Penalty's over. Scrudlin comes out of the box. And here comes Eklund moving in. Ludwig slides in. Eklund comes up with the puck and then hands it to Craig Ludwig. And Ludwig backhands it. Look out, low bridge. And it goes over the glass into the first row of the box seat here at the Montreal Forum with 5:55 left. Stop is in the Canadian zone between Eklund and Bobby Smith. Teams hunker down here in the late stages of a tie game. Puck cleared behind the net. Scrudlin, who has just come out of the penalty box, tries to work his way out of his own zone. Can't do it. A steal by Scott Mellenby. He was stopped. The shot comes in, and it was deflected by Hayward. Kropp let it go out in front. Kropp couldn't reach it, and the Canadians trying to get it out. Can't do it. They keep it in. Mellenby fires it wide. On the far side, it's Eklund. Back behind the net for Mellenby. Picks it up. Tried to center it, fanned on it. Now it's Samuelson with a drive blocked by Smith, and the Flyers have the Canadians hemmed in. Lawler and Kropp tuck to the side of the net. Hayward hangs on and says, enough's enough, and let's get another face-off and try to regroup.
The Canadians forwards have been playing a lot closer to their goal in this game than most of the games I've seen. They have sort of disregarded the points, and they've played inside the hash marks, and they haven't had any really good chances, Philadelphia, from the slot area. Philadelphia defense is an unusual one, except for the addition of young Huffman. Every other defenseman they acquired in a trade, and today it's so hard to get defensemen, but yet they were able to acquire Howe from Hartford and Crossman from Chicago and Marsh from Calgary and Samuel from New York, and you know, I guess they also got McCrimmon from Boston. They traded into Calgary, so it's unusual, Dick, that you build a team on your defensemen through acquiring them in trades.
Haven't had a goal this period. Canadians are out shooting the Flyers 8-4. They've played 14 minutes and 43 seconds.
Craven would like to get a face-off back. He was guilty of losing that draw early for the first goal by Montreal.
He's out there now against Scrudlin for the face-off to the left of Hayward. Hayward's upset with the referee for some reason. Bonnie taking his time. Now they finally dropped the puck, and that was an awful face-off. That one hit Scrudlin in the leg when he dropped it.
Bounced right through the face-off circle.
I don't know if I've ever seen the puck hit a guy in the leg. I'm sure that's what happened. So they'll do it all over again.
They had two centermen out for the last face-off. They moved Strudlin at left wing with Smith, but McPhee will take this one.
This has been the longest, most long drawn-out face-off of the season almost that I've seen. Now they're set again. And the puck comes to Svoboda, but he doesn't carry it. Strudlin does, however, tries to. And that was follow the bouncing puck, and the players couldn't pick it up. Murray Craven shoots it in and shoots it, tried to shoot it in. He shot it into the seats is where he shot it. So we have another face-off with 5:04 left now. Face-off will be in the neutral zone.
We've had this matchup most of the evening. Gainey against Tocchet and Nyland against Drop. Carbonell's gone most of the time against Poland.
Flyers go home right after this game. They play New Jersey at the Spectrum tomorrow night. Canadians' next game, as we mentioned, against Toronto here at the Forum on Monday. Puck shot in, Gainey after it and touches it, so the Flyers are going to be called icing. And suddenly this thing, Scotty, is after some fairly decent action in this third period, a bit of a stuttering stop here as far as the action's concerned. We've had a lot of whistles. Well, there you have the two coaches who worked together successfully for Team Canada in the Canada Cup, and now they are, of course, battling one another mentally.
Well, both are college coaches. You know, that seems to be a trend, and the stress on defensive hockey is very strong. I think Mike Keenan was complaining the fact that, sure, they haven't got the goals, but he's mostly concerned about the goals against.
Well, these teams went to the last night of the season last year to decide the Jennings Trophy. Here's Chilios over to Ludwig. A shot blocked by Tocchet. He flips it to the line, and Propp picks it up, center ice. Brian Propp, a bouncing shot wide over the stick of Hayward. Gainey has it now in his own zone. Checked by Tocchet. Puck behind that for Dave Poulin. Tried to send it through. Wrap it around. Far side for Howe. A shot off a stick and then off the glass. Crossman, bumped by Gainey. Ludwig, he passed in front of his own net to Chiliot. Ahead to Carbonell. Carbonell to the line with Nyland. Nyland back to Carbonell. He got his stick on it just a little bit as the puck was in the air. Gainey trying to keep it in and does to Nyland, and Nyland shoots it into the corner, Philadelphia zone right side. Crossman with it. 4:04 remaining third period. Here is Howe. Winds up, eases the puck wide of the net, and Hayward plays it in the corner. Canadian zone. We welcome our viewers who have been watching the Leafs and the Blues in Toronto. I'm Dick Irvin with Scotty Bowman and Brian McFarland at the Montreal Forum. A 3-3 tie here with 3 minutes and 38 seconds remaining in the third period. We have not had a goal scored in the third period of play. The Canadians at one point in the second period led 3-1. But the Flyers came back. Scott Mellanby scoring the tying goal for Philadelphia. 13-16 of the second period. We haven't had a goal since, but the Flyers are in the Canadian zone right here as Mellanby has it in the corner against Svoboda. Behind the net, centering pass. Larry Trader blocked it in front of Lindsey Carson, and they battle up against the backboards. Sutter, Corson join in. Puck comes loose out in front, and it's tipped to the far side, and the Canadians reach in quickly to the Philadelphia zone. A drive, score! Boy, Scotty, you talk about turning it over from one end of the rink to the other.
And Richer had a step on Brad Marsh, but we'll get the illustration of the way Richer can shoot the puck. Besides his other skills, Dick, you know, we've seen out here where it comes up, it was Svoboda lost it, Naslund pushed it ahead, and Richer took it inside his blue line, got the jump, but quite a way out, and look how far Hextall is out of the net, right through the legs.
Canadians' goal is 8th of the year, scored by number 44.
We're looking at the stick, and I was watching prior to the game. His stick was a little bit rising on him, and that opening at Richer, we know he can fire the puck, but from that distance, on that angle, you don't expect it from there.
Mats Naslund a 6 minutes 58 secondes.
So with 3 minutes and 2 seconds remaining in regulation time, the Montreal Canadiens have regained the lead. And I can tell our viewers in the Toronto area that Scotty was talking earlier in our show about Hextall and the fact that there are a few shots that seem to get by him through his legs. That's the second one tonight. Here's McPhee, and that one went off the arm of Hextall. Center ice for Lawler. He flips it back in. So we'll see what happens here. The Flyers came back very well here tonight and controlled the play through most of the second period. This period's been fairly even. Here comes Howe to the line, offside. He was checked, Sinisalo followed in, and that was a close call made by linesman Wayne Bonney.
That's always been a complaint about tall goalies. I think it's very invalid, the fact that they're tall. There's always going to be that opening, but then again, when they are so big as Hextall, how many pucks is he also stopping that would go on the outside? So percentage-wise, but, you know, I often complain, I used to talk to Ken Dryden about it. I said, you know, they often complain that Dryden would let goals in through his legs. And he finally said to me, Scotty, when you're as tall as I am, there has to be an opening in your legs, between your legs.
Face up outside the Canadiens line. Chilios dumps it where? Into the penalty box area, I guess. So they'll do it all over again with the deuces wild on the time clock. 2 minutes and 22 seconds remaining, and Jean Perron has his team up by 1-4-3.
You know, in Philadelphia, had 5 shots in the first period, had good territorial advantage most of the time. They come up in the second period after failing, I think, on 4 straight power plays. They had 12 shots, but in the third period, they've only had 4 shots thus far.
Face off inside the Canadiens line. Rick Tocchet against Guy Carbonneau. Referee Ron Hogarth. I can also tell our Toronto viewers the Flyers seem to have scored a goal in the second period, but it was waved off by Hogarth after much discussion. The red light never did go on. Chilios shoots the puck into the Philadelphia zone, and it's stopped behind the net by Hextall. Teams nearing the 18-minute mark here in the third period. Tocchet at center ice for the Flyers. His shot hit the linesman Wayne Bonney. Bad luck there for Philadelphia. Prop catches up to it. Being bothered by Nyland. Now it's Prop flipping it ahead. Chilios knocks it back to Carbonneau. He shoots it into the Flyers zone. Less than 2 minutes to play. Third period, and the Canadiens have a 1-goal lead. Here comes Eklund. Dancing his way to the right side. Runs into Skrudland, who batted the puck back to center ice. Doug Crossman, who's played a good hockey game and a lot of hockey tonight for Philadelphia. Shoots it into the Montreal zone for Svoboda. Ahead, and the Canadiens bring it out. Skrudland to the line with McPhee. McPhee behind the net. Through the crease, scores! McPhee! 5-3 Canadiens.
He had a pretty good head of steam after a pass from Skrudland, and Mike McPhee was rounded the net, and just that little jam play from behind the net, and actually got it in before Hextall. Sometimes these bounce off the goalie, but he was allowed to go. There's a short opening, possibly 6 inches. He's got the stick extended. He gets it way around, and Hextall kind of come across with the stick.
35, Mike McPhee.
Scored some big goals for this team thus far this year. What's that, his 7th goal?
Brian Skrudland, 25 et number 25, Peter Svoboda. À 18 minutes, 35 secondes at 18 minutes, 35 seconds.
So McPhee does get his 7th, Scotty, and he set up Kjell Dahlin for a lovely goal for Montreal earlier in the game. And now, after hesitating to this point, the Lady Goodbye chorus strikes up here at the Montreal Forum. As Larry Mann says in the commercial, they weren't sure until right about now. We've had something thrown onto the ice. So we have the Forum maintenance staff, or at least one member of the maintenance staff, out to earn the good housekeeping seal of approval, and by golly, it looks like an egg. It dropped right in front of the Philadelphia goal crease. First time we've seen one of those in a while in this building.
And I think from the Philadelphia standpoint, we've seen a lot of oddities. What you mentioned, there would have been the go-ahead goal, was refused by referee Hogarth after consultation with the goal judge. and followed up by a misconduct penalty to Brad Marsh on the same play. We had a face-off goal to start the Canadians off with Murray Craven losing the draw. And we've seen a lot of strange things that happen to a team when it's losing.
Now there's more than one member of the former maintenance staff involved. The Bruins beat the Penguins tonight. The Islanders in overtime over the Detroit Red Wings. And the fans now start to chant, Hextall, Hextall, Quebec. Unbeaten on the road this year, winning again tonight in Hartford 5-3. Another big night there for Peter Stastny. And the New Jersey Devils remain perfect on home ice. They are 8-0 after downing the Washington Capitals 4-1. Washington losing last night to the Nordiques, so it's not been a very happy weekend for them. Edmonton with Gretzky getting at least 2 that we know of. Ahead of the Buffalo Sabres 5-0. No, that is a final score. And the Blues hung on to beat Toronto 4-3.
Who would have believed about a month into the season that tomorrow night the first place New Jersey Devils will meet the last place Philadelphia Flyers, and that's a real oddity.
Good point. You see Vancouver coming off their win in Philly and leading Minnesota. The Canucks starting to play some better hockey on this road trip of theirs. Boy, we must have something really splattered on the ice because they are still working on it in the area around Hextall's goal crease down to our left. To recap the goal scorers in this game for the Canadians, Momesso, Lemieux, Darlene, Richer, and McPhee. And for Philadelphia, Propp, Tocchet, and Scott Mellenby. A minute 25 remaining. All of this business of throwing stuff on the ice happened at the 18:35 mark, the time of the Canadians' last goal, scored by McPhee.
I think those 4 power plays in the first 10 minutes of the second period where the Flyers had good territorial advantage, but Hayward came up with about 6 saves on 1 power play, and there was no screenshots among them, and I think from the Flyers standpoint, that power play has to be changed and turned around, or else they're still going to be in problems.
Lawler with the puck as the Flyers got it into the Canadian zone off the face-off. Crossman across to Huffman. Huffman belted by Shane Corson after the fact on that play. Now it's McPhee with it. McPhee ahead to Skrudlin. He gets by Crossman to Corson on the left wing. Corson back to Mike McPhee. Sinisalo came back nicely for Philadelphia. Teams have moved into the final minute of play here in regulation time. Hextall out of the net, shoots it off the boards, up the center ice. Tocchet shovels it past to Sinisalo. In front to Brian Propp, and he scores! And the Flyers have made it a 1-goal game with just 46 seconds left as they moved it up ice. And again, the play was started by Hextall with his mobility. And he sent the play toward the Canadian zone, and there is Jean Perron saying, fellas, I told you it's not over till it's over.
Well, you keep your eye on Brian Propp, who makes a beeline right to the goal crease to pick up his second goal. Just redirects the pass, actually quite a ways out on Hayward. Hayward got across, but, you know, Propp got all of it on top. He just flipped it over him, and for Propp, who's had a tough start, that's his second goal tonight, and it keeps the Flyers alive with 46 seconds to go. You want to get it in their end, get a face-off. They can still have their timeout. They could really, you know, they know what they want to do.
And somebody has called a timeout.
At 14 seconds at 19 minutes, 14 seconds.
So Propp from Sinisalo and Craven at 19-14. You're right about Brian Propp, Scotty. In the first 14 games this year, he scored 3 times. Tonight, he has 2. So the Brian Propps of hockey life have to start turning it around for Mike Keenan, and he has given indications here this evening that he might be ready to do just that.
Yeah, and he put the line together of Tocchet, Poulin, and Propp, and they were rewarded with a couple of goals. They would like in this point with 46 seconds. They still have plenty of time. I think what you're keying on is a face-off in the Canadians' end. Every team has a face-off play in the attacking zone with the goalie out. I look for the Flyers probably here to have their goalie stand maybe halfway out. I'm sure Hextall, but with the speed of Hextall, you know, you're going to get him off. Although we may also mention that the benches in this arena are tough on both clubs when they take their goalie out. It's a longer distance than most rinks.
Hextall is about 3/4 of the way from the crease to the blue line as the puck is dropped and the Canadians control. Gainey to Carbonneau, stopped up by Huffman. Here's Gainey with a chance now. He lets a shot go. Hextall stops it, and rather than get the face-off in the Montreal zone where they wanted it, Scotty, the Flyers are going to have one now in their end of the rink with 35 seconds left.
You can have a lot of strategy, but if you don't get the face-off after the goal, you see here, that was actually Gainey that took the shot, a pretty high shot, but Carbonneau made a great play inside the line. He went in on the Flyer defenseman, bumped him, and allowed Gainey to pick up the puck.
Howe comes out. Huffman leaves, and they have a little conference. That one may have hurt Hextall, hit him where it hurts a little bit more than normal. In any event, he is taking his time and giving his team a bit of a breather, all of this with 35 seconds left. And the fans at the Forum being urged by the organist and the people who run the electric clock to make waves and make a noise, and they're doing both. The fellows who were singing the song have stopped singing.
I wonder if Hextall is going to be able to, you know, now the trainer's coming out because he's still in pain, and I was wondering if he's going to, you know, he knows there's 35 seconds left. He wants to get to that bench and be replaced by a sixth attacker.
Now we're going to have, does this mean a goaltending change here? We've got Mark LaForest, and Hextall sags to the ice now. He just sort of dropped here all of a sudden. The trainer was talking to him, and he sort of semi-collapsed into the trainer's arms, and he is in some trouble. Now LaForest put on the equipment. He put on his helmet and the gloves, and he is skating out now toward the...
Looked like a loss of wind problem because the Flyer trainer, you know, was trying. It looked like he lifted him up, and looked like he might have got it right in the midsection, and he collapsed immediately.
But he is going to stay in. Now the Flyers try to put some other players on the ice, and Poulan, for example, and referee Hogarth said, no, you can't come on. LaForest is back on after his little skate. And with 35 seconds left here in regulation time, an elongated ending to this game, with the score 5-4 Montreal, the faceoff is in the Philadelphia zone. Canadians scored 2 quick ones to move ahead 5-3. Propp's goal has made it a 1-goal hockey game, and the Flyers now trying to regroup. Here comes Hextall out of the net as Craven has it at center ice. Shoots it in. Hextall heading to the Philadelphia bench. Hayward just left it behind the net. Now it's Gainey with it. The Canadians know the net is empty. Gainey propped up by Craven. Here's the face-off the Flyers want. Do they get it? Not yet. Puck is still in motion. 10 seconds left to go. Clear to the far side. 7 seconds left. Nyland deep in the zone. Shooting it down the boards. It deflects. Rolling, rolling, rolling. Wide. But the game is over. And the Flyers' last gasp comes up short. And the Canadians have defeated the Flyers 5-4 here at the Montreal Forum. Live on CBC, Hockey Night in Canada.
More than you think.
I could get used to this. Mutual Life of Canada. Because it's time someone made it easier.
Stars, Stefan.
They're the 3 stars of the night's hockey game. Mike McPhee, star number 1, a pretty goal and an assist. Stéphane Richer, who got the go-ahead goal in the third period to put it, the Canadians ahead 4-3, was star number 2, coming back after missing 3 games with a knee injury, and Rick Tocchet was the best of the Flyers tonight. Canadians over the Flyers 5-4. The Canadians are now undefeated in 6 hockey games. They've been playing extremely well of late and have a busy week next week. The Flyers have won only 1 of their last 9 games, and you know, we were really looking ahead to overtime tonight because it was tied at 3 at the end of 2. And then in the final 3 minutes, a lot of things took place. Richer's go-ahead goal to put Montreal in front 4-3. Then McPhee 5-3. That appeared to be the frosting on the cake, but the Flyers stormed back, got a goal by Prop to make it 5-4. Then Hextall was winded, and there was a long delay. But that's the way it wound up. Montreal 5, Philadelphia 4, and the losing slump of the Flyers continues. Hockey Night in Canada continues in just a moment.
Stone Pictures, thanks to her sister's magic spell. Lucy Chapman has come back from the dead, much to the surprise of her husband, her best friend, and herself. And if the rest of the world finds out,
Was there a white light? Did you meet any guys?
look out.
Returning from the dead was a cinch. Life is exhausting.
Shelley Long, hello again.
Now playing at Famous Players and other theaters. Check newspapers for showtimes.
Treat yourself to total well-being with the Elran Relaxer Ensemble from Bennett's of Campbellford. Sit back and relax completely. A smooth operating mechanism guaranteed for life. Quality fabrics and a wide range of styles. Come to Bennett's and test the authentic Elran Relaxer. Bennett's of Campbellford, your home furnishings store. Remember Elran for relaxation.
Bennett's is your fine home furnishing store.
Now, the NHL Tonight, featuring the scores, stories, and news highlights of tonight's games. From our control center, Ron McLean.
Welcome to the NHL. This evening on Hockey Night in Canada, 2 victories by 1 goal. The Canadians and the Blues win in their respective games. You saw the scores flashed a moment ago. We'll give you a quick rundown on some of the goal scorers in those games around the NHL. There were 9 games played. Montreal wins. McPhee gets the winner eventually. 5-4, the Canadians win on home ice. Grant Fuhr had the shutout for the Edmonton Oilers tonight. He was brilliant against the Flames Thursday and shuts out the Sabres tonight at Northlands Coliseum. McClelland has 5 now in the season. The Islanders win over Detroit. Rich Crom scored the winner in overtime, his second of the night, after the Wings had scored 2 in the last minute and 30 seconds to make it a game. Boston wins to snap a 6-game winless drought, 4-1 over the Pittsburgh Penguins. Rick Middleton with a pair to lead the way in that contest. Quebec is unbeaten on the road. They defeat the Whalers, who've now lost 2 in as many games, 5-3 the final. Peter Stastny with 2 to lead the way. New Jersey wins 8 straight on home ice, 4-1 over Washington. 4 different goal scorers in that game for the Devils. Vancouver is shutting out Minnesota in the 3rd period. The Canucks, with just 1 win at home this season, trying to shut out the Stars at the Met Center. The Rangers and LA just underway. Eriksson has the lone goal in that contest. And at Maple Leaf Gardens in Toronto, it was the Blues over the Leafs 4-3. Hockey Night in Canada returns in just a moment.